Hello everyone, and welcome to ACC's first ever Big Day of Cooking. My name is Jeri Shikuma, and I am the Home and Community-Based Programs Administrator here at ACC.
And my name is Kala Haley Clark, and I am ACC's Marketing and Development Director.
I would like to start out by giving you all an idea of what today is all about. So fasten your seatbelts because we will be live streaming for the next 4 hours with different cooking demonstrations. Some will be from familiar faces and others will be new to us. But the real reason we are all here is to warm up for the big days of giving happening on May 4th and 5th. All right.
That's right. You may have already tuned in for our Big Day of Caring and our Big Day of Pickleball, which was last week. And then next Wednesday is our sold-out Big Day of Golfing. ACC's Big Days of Giving are all about celebrating ACC's wonderful community programs and events, many of which, thanks to your support, are low or no cost to the community. If you want to see more programs like these wonderful cooking demos, we encourage you to donate to Big Day of Giving between now and May 5th. Donations are live on the Big Day of Giving page, which is bigdayofgiving.org/ACC Senior Services. Also, don't forget to tune in to our telethon on May 4th and May 5th from 4 to 8. In addition to today's delicious cooking demos, we will also hear from some of our most loved ACC community members who will tell us more about their experiences and connections to ACC.
Now, on to the big day of cooking. Cooking demos have been ACC's favorite forever, allowing for entertainment, education, social interaction, and most important of all, taste testing. But as you all know, the pandemic has caused us to make some adjustments, and taste testing unfortunately won't be an option today, but we hope to provide them again in the near future. Our first presenter today, who has been a longtime ACC volunteer, is Joong Master Lana Fong Chong. Give her a hand, yes.
You shot some rice.
Her sisters Carol and Debbie are also longtime ACC volunteers who have supported ACC programs, facilities, and staff in countless ways. Carol and Debbie, if you're listening today, a big shout out to you. We miss you. Lana's entire family has been very involved in the community. Her father-in-law, Ye, invented the Joong mold that they will be using today. We also want to be sure to thank Oto's Marketplace for donating the rice for today's event. They are consistent and longtime supporters of ACC, and they do so much for our community. How about a hand for Oto's also? We also want to thank Peter DeLienis, who handcrafted all of the beautiful Joong molds for our participants today. He is actually here today and joining the Joong making boot camp. Peter also is a member of our ACC Pocket Pickers group, and we'll get a chance to talk to him in a little bit. Thanks again, Peter. This is the first Joong boot camp where we have guests here in person to practice Joong wrapping. They'll be able to take home 2 Joong along with one of Peter's beautiful handcrafted molds. And now, let's get started. Lana, welcome. Welcome. And thank you for coming to ACC today.
I'm really happy, very pleased, so happy. It's almost like a reunion of sorts because I've known a lot of the people in this room. Also, our motto about making Joong, it takes literally a village to put together a project like this. There are so many components that are essential, necessary to put this off. I'm just really happy talking with Ted and Donnie and the rest of all of you that we can make this happen today, even on this cold, inclement weather. And it's a great day to make Joong because you can take your Joong home tonight and have it for dinner.
Yay. All right, let's get started.
All right. First of all, I had some bags. I don't know where they are. They're probably in the car. But I have a plastic bag because the hope is you take home 3 wrapped Joong. 2 would be with eggs. And I'd like you to take a look at your box of savories because you'll see 2 bright egg yolks. You'll see meat, ham, pork, and lapchang. You'll see a funny little thing that's a green twig nearby. And that's to mark your single Joong that's without an egg. But before we get going, we have to give acclamation to Peter. Peter, come again. We boot camp people give thanks, and we give thanks with homemade Joong. These are Lana wrapped, and so Susan and Peter will have dinner. These have been actually fully boiled. So when they're fully boiled, you can freeze them. But today, Peter can go home and treat Susan by just putting these in a pot and low simmer for about 30 minutes. These are from my refrigerator. Peter's crafting of this magnificent, I'm going to show that off again. This magnificent, and take a look at your box. It has no needles, no staples, no nails. The genesis of the Joong box evolved from the invention that my father-in-law, we call him Ye, who is a paternal grandfather. It's Alvin, my husband's dad. So when he first created this, it was stapled. We didn't have a hole put in. The wood wasn't quite as lovely. And what we have is the evolution of this first generation, which happened in about in 1980 with the Chinese Community Church, of which my family has long been associated. And through the years, there's 7 girls in my family. 3 of us have been Joong chairs of the project. So this CCC Odie became this CC second, third generation. And then Peter took the box. But if you look at it, it's absolutely magnificent. The wood is made of what, Peter?
It's made out of beech. So.
Fantastic. And Peter wants to say, love your box, take care of it. After today, rinse it off, but don't soak it. Dry it, air dry it.
Air dry it.
And it will last
in an oven.
and
Yeah,
it will last forever.
I hope so.
Yes, yes. I've already test run this box, and it's absolutely fabulous.
Yeah.
So, Peter.
I think they'll be fine as long as you don't leave it soaking in water
Right,
overnight
right.
or anything like that.
Peter also would like feedback about,
Yeah.
hey,
You know, this is a first for me, and I've never made kitchen tools or
Great.
anything that's going to be worked wet and things. So if you have any problems, let me know, because this is a learning experience for me, and I'd enjoy. I'd really like to have feedback, because we'll probably be making more of these, and if we.
well, that's
need
a
to make some
fabulous thought.
adjustments. Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, thank you very much, Peter.
Sure. And thank you for the June.
Oh, you're
Been
welcome.
Looking forward to this.
Yeah, and I can custom make other Joong. And there'll be some funny ingredients that I can custom make. Yeah, with corned beef, for example. Fabulous. Okay, let's move with the class. Okay, it takes a village to have a project like this. Each table of 3 or 4 will have a Joong helper or mentor, get to know who they are. And I believe that if there's a little tug or a little push or a little foe that's not real certain, just look over your shoulder. They're there, they've got a good heart. They're generous in their time. We've actually gotten together and kind of did a test run of Joong making so that we could have this day to be perfect. We have in front of you, and I wanted to wrap a Joong for you, rice. Rice that's been soaked. We soak it overnight because soaked rice cooks faster and it allows the kernel to bloom. In other words, if I put this in a pan yesterday, it almost rises about a ½ inch. I have mixed in here black-eyed peas, which is the customary and usual additive that we do to the rice. Black-eyed peas are gaseous. So in terms of maintaining the quality of your rice, the freshness of your rice, always keep rice that's been married in your refrigerator. If you don't, you stand a chance of having the rice go funny. It'll spoil. The gas will spoil the rice. I always say, if you're going to go to the trouble of making Joong, go first quality. So I always use this particular brand of rice. The Koda farm is fantastic. We had a lovely donation from Koda for this particular project. This project is to raise funds for the ACC. We're just so pleased to be able to do this. And the black-eyed peas can be purchased loose or whole package. There has also been a great suggestion that I add more legumes. This is the peeled mung beans, the yellow. And I like the flavor, it's kind of nutty. There's other people who like peanuts. And I have used all three in making Joong. Now, in eggs, you have the golden eggs. That's, you know, I say the gold chip. These have been brined by our good friend G. It takes 3 weeks, and I have a bag somewhere between my car and this place. This is a bag, Alvin. There's a box of supplies. This will be given to you. Brining the egg simply is one where you take a quarter portion of salt, water, shake it up, fill a bottle with your eggs, then pour that saline solution. Make several recipes, cover it, 4 weeks later, crack your egg, and let a gold yolk be revealed, okay? The bamboo leaves are interesting in that there is different quality, you know, like you can buy anything. There's high quality and lesser quality. And I have 2 batches. And I think some of you will see that there is 2 separate piles of leaves. Some of them have a very strong look, and some of the others are a little limp. They're actually different qualities, different brands of the Joong that I purchased. In terms of prepping for it, you know, leaves have been in a real funny place in China or wherever they're produced, so you must clean them. So what I do is I simply soak them, get them pliant, because they're real crispy critters. And you can tell here that if you try to bend one of these dried leaves, they'll crack on you. So you put these, soak them, make them pliant, then you cover them with water, then you dispense of that first water. You'll see all that yellowing. You want to get rid of all of that coloration and wherever it's been in China or for the pandas. So anyway, then you take and dispense of all that first water. You take a second batch of water, take some lemons, just squeeze them, put them over a pot, and just boil them. Cover them, take them out, let it sit, take a clean sponge, wipe front and back. Then you cut off the knobs. The knobs, we talk about a leaf, there's probably a strong end and the tail. So what we want to do is when we have a knob that is going to protrude through your wrapping, you'll see me clip it off and I'll kind of say it out loud. It's almost like a mantra, get rid of that knob. So what we have are the key ingredients. In this segment, we're not going to cook, but when you take your 3 Joong home, I've had some of the Joong masters tell me that they instant pot cook their Joong, their 2 or 3 Joong, 90 minutes immersed in water. The usual timing traditionally, which is I'm a traditional girl, is about 4 hours. You have rice, you have raw meat that needs to be cooked. And I just go the traditional way. That's the way I always feel. I want to give an acclamation to all of my Joong helpers and supporters. We actually have strive every day in our lives to kind of continue our culinary legacy. And we have done that. We have 2 high school girls who are coming over from Kennedy. They learned to wrap Joong in 2019. They're going to be here and become one of your mentors as well. Kali and Lana, are they here? Yeah, they're just coming from Kennedy. They learned in 2019, and they've kind of relearned their skill sets when we had a gathering a couple of weeks ago. Okay, I have been a professional trainer. I'm kind of a person who likes to use her skill sets from training, I'm going to do what we call the whole cookie mentality, which is for everyone who wants to learn something with their hands, I'm going to go from beginning to end. So what we're going to do is I'm going to wrap a Joong, and what I do is I always get myself ready. You don't want to wrap Joong until you're ready. So what you have strings to tie together. I have them in my pocket. I'm ready to go. I have leaves that have been washed and ready to go. So I'm going to speak as I go through each step, and then we will take each one of these steps incrementally and walk it through. So I use 5 leaves. It's actually 4.5. I take a leaf. If I have a leaf that's a little distressed, I may want to cut it into thirds. And the reason I'm doing this one in thirds is I cut a leaf to fit the top of the box. That's the closer leaf. We work with the box horizontally, which means we work with the wrap this way. We don't turn it around or try to, pigeonhole the leaves in. It's a very easy, simple, I call it, fun way of learning to wrap Joong. So I've got my closer leaves. I take a leaf, and I know there will be many, many ways for you to get here. I take a leaf and I fold it in half, and I make a first fold. And the fold is concave. It's a concave curve. So I take up my box and I put it right in the hole. I let it stand. I don't fuss with it. Don't fuss with your leaves. I take a second. It is a fold, folded in half. It is also, again, and if you're left-handed, I can't help you. But then what you want is you want a little concave fold. You want almost like, someone had said, it's almost like a cup, Auntie. And I said, yeah, it is. So you go on the opposing side. Then you have 2, I called it, years ago when I made a video for the church, I call it the rabbit ears. You're set with the rabbit ears. Then we take 1 leaf and 2 leaf. And I kind of alternated them because I wanted the strong end and I don't play around with it. What I do is I simply tap it, then I take my little cup of my marinated rice, and the rice has been salted. So I take the rice mixture and I do a tap. At our church, when we're doing Joong, you'll hear all this tap, tap, tap. It's almost like someone should have a tap dance on. So I'm going to have the egg at the bottom. Then I grab pork, ham, and lapchang. And I do wrap with 2 hands. And you should learn how to wrap with 2 hands. So then I tap, tap, tap. A good chance is to take up your Joong box and see if the walls reveal a crack. If you see sunlight coming through, slow down. Take your leaf, pull it up again, tap, tap, tap. And what we want to do is fill the box. When we fill the box, we're talking about filling this volume. When we at the church make Joong, we sell them for a goodly amount of money. In fact, we pre-sell and we sell out our Joong. We tap, 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 and we want all the rice to almost fill the volume of the box. And when you lay down with your aerobic hand, and we say, good luck on the first Joong, this is my cut. And what I want to do is I'm going to cut some of the hard stem ends of the leaf. And we're going to cut, 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 lay down, put my aerobic arms up, and I use the box to fold down. It's a 90-degree fold. And you lay your hands down, use your box, use your hands, and you do a tie and you say, good luck, Lana. And we have the first Joong. Good luck, huh? All right, the tying goes this way. And the reason for the box is years ago when I was trying to hand fold Joong, I could never do it. I had very bad hands. And then I couldn't talk to anybody, which frustrated me even more. This way you can take your Joong, and I learned that I'm ambidextrous. I'm actually going to wrap with my left hand. So what you want to do is to get your string all set, and you anchor with your one finger. You're going to tie with this one. Somehow I learned I'm doing a left hand. You tie around the point. tie around the mountain, I say, and you have a beautiful Joong. It's a pretty Joong. You want to buy a Joong that's pretty. We don't want to sell Joong that's not pretty. So we said, oh, that's a good thing. So I'm going to sit down, and then I'm going to do a tie, and this gives us a chance to do an anchor. I do a tie this way, and it's a beautiful Joong, and you want to say, hey, what about that movie with Michelle Yeoh? I'm so excited about seeing. I made a movie date with my husband. So you can talk about Calvin, how are the girls? And you can do that because the Joong box will enable you to do this. I'm going to lay it down. And over the years, we have found that sometimes the leaves are slippery, slidey. So what we do is we kind of do a little tie, and we do that second little thing that I call anchoring. I go to the other side of the mountain of where the tie is, and I slip, and I use my fingers to roll the string. Then I tie it again. And the reason you want to have all of this so slippery strings won't come down. And when we prepare these at the church, we put up to about 125, 200 Joong in a big pot. So you have all this Joong floating around. What you don't want is a lot of excess string. You also want to have the point covered. It should be solid. It should make your Joong customer very happy or your family happy. This is Joong, Joong number 1. Okay? Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to take incremental steps, and I think, Sean, what we're going to do is we're going to take every couple of leaves, we're going to stop and pause. So everyone at each table is at the same point, and I think there's too many people over there who are, Lois, what table are you mentoring? There's Betty and Calvin at this table. Yeah, so everyone who's a mentor, Callie, Lonnie, everyone at a mentor. So we have someone who's by your side, who's going to encourage, make you feel happy. All right, so we start off. Now, you'll see I do a stack and sort. Take a look at the leaves. You'll see that one stack of leaves is real stiff. So take 2 of those leaves first. Take the stack that's real stiff. Betty, okay. Candy, you saw the stiff leaves, right? You got your string and your scissor ready to go? Okay, everyone there, get 2 stiff leaves. These are your first 2 important folds, all right? Say, hey, are we ready to go? Everyone got 2 strong leaves. Some of the other leaves have been more pliant. They're from another brand. Take 2 strong leaves. Okay, for the first one, we're going to fold. And I put folding over my thumb, and I push away to make this particular fold. Okay, Lonnie and Kali, help with the very first fold. It is a fold this way. Put it right down into your box. Everyone with the first fold, and the very first fold. These are the stiff, the very first 2 leaves are the hardest ones to lay down into the box. Everyone lay their first leaf down. Say yay. Tell me tell me if you've all laid your first leaves down. Lois, how's your table doing? Everyone got that first leaf? Second leaf fold also. Stiff leaf, it's a strong leaf, and put it on the opposite side to create okay. Do we have the 2 leaves, one side on one opposing? And Sean, I'm going to have you pause. That's going to be a pause. This is the very first 2 leaves that we have folded. Okay. Does everyone Raise your hand if you've laid your 2 leaves down. Show me that you've laid your first 2 leaves down. Are we ready to go? Someone needs some more assist here? Okay, your very first 2 leaves have been laid. All right? Lonnie or Kali, maybe you can have G help over here. Lonnie, okay. G, here's another helper. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to leaf 3 and 4. You're going to take 2 skinnier leaves, take it from the other stack, and lay down leaves on the side to create that wall. You're going to create that wall. Just lay the leaves down. You're not going to fuss with those leaves. You're simply going to have the leaves in the perpendicular position. Okay. Do we have leaf 3 and 4? 3 and 4 all done? Are we 3 and 4 done, ready to go? What we have are 2 leaves that are just facing each other. We don't need to push them down into the box. What you're going to do with your little cup of rice is you're going to hit that leaf, those leaves, and it's going to instantly create a canoe-looking leaf. In other words, you're going to have the leaf settle down by virtue of your hitting it with a cup of your rice, at least a half a cup. Settle down and tap, 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 tap. Settle your rice. We always want to settle the rice to create the strong point. I hear tapping, or do I not hear tapping? Settle the rice down. Settle your rice. Okay, we've had 3 and 4 leaves ready to go. Okay, start with your goodies. You're going to start with either the egg at the bottom of your Joong and toss in your savories. It is 1 lapchang, 2 lapchang, excuse me, 1 piece of pork and 1 piece of ham. Tap, tap. Tap, tap. Everyone have their savories in place? Good. Every savory in place that you wanted. Please don't worry about making sure they have to be in position. They don't. When they cook, that'll all settle down. Now top your rice. When you use the last full, you're going to put the rice in the middle of the box, and the rice will settle down residual. Rice in the middle of the box. Tap, tap. I have a big Joong here. Tap, 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 tap. Do we have the rice settled? Find a couple of small leaves for the closing. Are we ready to close the Joong? Tell me. Say yes. Betty, how's your table? Closing the Joong? Betty, closing the Joong. Are we ready? Cindy, are we ready to close the Joong? Candy, are we ready to close the Joong? All right. That small leaf, make sure it does not extend past the length of your Joong box. Lay it down. Use your muscles, your aerobic arms, and fold down. Okay, we're going to fold down the box and fold down the box. Use your hands, make 90-degree folds, cut off any excess of the stiff stem. Okay, I'm ready to give myself a tap and good luck. G, you gonna help? G, you gonna help with the wrap? Thank you. I'm happy to learn that our wood master is learning how to wrap the Joong. Okay, folks, are you ready to show off your Joong? Say who's ready. Betty, how's your table? Everyone ready to go? Calvin, how's your table? Calvin, you're helping, you're not wrapping, are you, Calvin? Are we ready? Calvin, we're ready to go? Lonnie, are we ready to go? Everyone's Joong ready to wrap and flip over? Show your Joong off, you guys. Show your Joong off. All right, show your Joong off. G, is this table ready to show off their Joong? All right. Hold your Joong at the bottom. Hold your Joong at the bottom. Peter, show us your Joong. Pretty Joong. Everyone, show me your Joong with your good left hand or right hand. Are you ready to string? I see this table with Lonnie and Candy. Are you ready to show? Candy, are you ready to show? Not quite. Cindy, how are you doing at this table? Okay. We can wait for you. Meanwhile, folks, you can put your Joong back in the box and wait for the gang. Put your Joong back in the box, Peter. That's a really good source. We're going to wait for the rest of the class. We'll put the Joong back in the box.
Press on it so it inside.
Alvin.
A little shy of rice because
Could I have water? Could I have water? May I have water? Water. Yeah. What happened to all of these things that I had in the car? I think I left it at home. Go look on the couch. Go look on the couch.
Where?
These. Yeah, on the couch. Yeah. See if someone can take you.
Well, I can't put my talking back.
Leave it. I'm going to have him take you so he can come back. Okay? We have to get the bags. We have to get the bags.
Good. Well, I'm trying to show.
Okay, we'll come back and get it. It's on the couch. Oh, look here. Hi, folks. How are we doing with the last wrap? Lana's going to come out and take a look. How are you doing?
Fine. thank
Good.
you. Why do we cut the chips?
Okay, wait. Let's do this one first. This is perfect. 90 degrees, perfect. Hang on.
Look at this.
Okay. There's, okay, it's a perfect wrap. Now, what do you have? What do you have?
What do I have? Egg in it.
Oh, what do you have? What do you mean, what do you have?
No, she's ready to wrap.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
ready to.
Okay. Yeah. Your leaf is moving over.
Oh, you don't have a packet?
You didn't secret.
It's his fault.
Calvin, you're not wrapping Joong, you're supposed to be helping.
Oh, yeah.
He is helping.
I didn't show her this is going to be it.
Oh, too much?
Okay.
I gotta start over?
Okay, the thing is this. Okay.
You're right.
Here's the thing. It never hurts to put it all back in.
Okay.
Throw it all back in. Put it all back in.
I would hold Lana. The best way to string this. Okay.
We're gonna start. Just
okay,
wait.
not yet.
Put this.
Oh, just hold it. Okay.
Okay, just
I'm sorry.
Lonnie, go ahead and put it back.
Okay, put it back.
And just okay, we're gonna have a redo here. Put it all back in. Toss it all back in.
Okay.
We're gonna do a redo, and it's not anything but learning.
Don't worry, I'm
Okay.
No, I just got it right.
Now,
Yeah, I feel even though it's okay, you want to redo?
no, these two are gonna do a redo.
Okay.
Folks, hang on. When you do a redo, make sure you take every grain of rice. Could you pass me 2 hard leaves? This is the, okay. No, that's the soft one. This one. Okay. Leave, yes, every grain of rice counts. Thank you, hon. Thank you, Shannon. You have a good fold. Okay. Denise is going to fold. Denise, you're going to fold. down.
The smooth side, inside.
Okay, that's fine. Put your thumb in here. Put your thumb in here. And see the finger? Yes, guide it and fold. Okay, I would not fold it that big. See how small my fold is?
Okay.
Okay, so this one right here, the very first one, and what happened is I saw Denise's fold slip. So you're going to put it right back into the hole. Look right in there. And you're going to work with this horizontally, so you're going to put
This one this way.
the box this way. Okay, now you're going to put that right on top of the hole, on top. Because what happened is her point shifted.
Yeah, we shifted too.
That's fine. Okay, don't play with it, don't play. Okay, now grab 2 soft leaves. You can use these. And what we're going to do is we use soft leaves, but the more you play around with a leaf, you lay one here and lay one the opposing direction. Smash your rice in. Don't let it, just go ahead and hit the rice.
The 2 at the beginning of the very most important.
The most important is the very first, right in the middle.
So it has to be, really centered.
Throw it right in the middle. Okay, now tap, tap.
Yeah, wait until she's showing how you to wrap.
Okay, so you're going to do a quality control, and the quality control is you take a look at the side walls to see there's no gaps, no sun shining in. And you want these not high, but at least good. Now pick up all your goodies. We're not going to waste a thing. We never waste a thing. Put the eggs right in the middle and throw everything back
Do you want
in.
us to put 2 pieces of everything in there?
No, it's 2 lapchang, 1 ham and 1 pork.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
2
okay.
lapchang.
Because you're making 3.
Okay.
So the ingredients are have to be.
It's plenty of meat. Top it off.
1 ham and 1 pork. 2 lapchang, 1 ham, 1 pork.
Okay. Top off your egg.
No, so it's okay when it's ready to.
Okay, folks, we're about ready to wrap. When you feel, folks, when you feel, go all over. What I'm saying is you tap. If you start filling the whole length of it, your Joong would be too long. What you want to do is to fill the rice, take your box and hold and tap down. Hold and tap down. You want
Cover the meat.
You want the filling to come in the middle of the box. Tap again. Put a closer, and there you go. Okay, now do your fold.
Leave that there. Okay, these 2.
Use your hand, exactly, Janice. Use your hand.
Like this.
Okay, let me show you a technique. Use your hand and hold down the leaves. This will give you a nice 90 degree. Take your other hand, fold it down like this. Perfect 90 degrees, okay? Now you're going to go over here and grab, using your hands, 90 degree fold, and use your hand, 90 degree fold.
Okay.
Okay, now, lift up your hands.
Yeah, both hands.
Look at your 90 degrees. Okay, now we're ready to string, folks. Are we ready to string? Okay, it moved a little bit, but look how solid that is. Okay, here we go. All right, we're stringing. Here we go. We're stringing right now. She already wrapped?
Yeah.
Okay. That's
They all have one.
okay.
Some of them are kind of.
Okay, folks. Okay, we're going to string. Sorry we had to step away. I wanted to look at that table. The stringing is essential for a pretty Joong. So Cindy, this is what you wanted to hear. Cindy, here's the Joong wrap. You're going to make sure you anchor and settle the point. In other words, settle that point. Wrap around that point and go around the mountain. You want to settle and secure all those leaves, okay? Yes, go around. Make sure you got a good length of string. A good length of string. This is what you call string in wrapping. Oops, runaway string. Okay. You're going to settle your Joong down. and do an anchor and admire your Joong. We're going to anchor the string. You're going to anchor your string, and the length of your string, you're going to go around the point again for a pretty Joong. Cindy, you're going around the point, right? So that is your Joong. You would take it to the front, and we're going to secure all the string. G, how is your table going? G, how is your table going? All right, very nice. Folks, show me a string Joong from your table. Shannon, show me your Joong. Show me your Joong, Candy. Candy, show me your Joong. All right, Betty, Lois, show me a string Joong from your table. Lift up, show me one. Nice and tight, tap the point. Is it going to be secure for boiling? All right? Okay.
Hi, Cousin Calvin.
Okay.
When you fold it, you don't have to hold it like this. I mean, you're doing like this and holding it. Just bend it. And that's it. And you got the point, and just leave it alone.
Yes, you should just put that in one more time.
Peter laid his sidewalls really, really high. I would not lay it that high. Okay, you don't need it that high. What I would do is to take off a little rice, and you can wiggle. The leaves are very, very pliant. So the leaves should be here. Okay, now, do you see when we say check the side, you have gaps. So then we say, uh-oh, do it over. It doesn't hurt your heart, does it?
No.
Okay. I'm going to do this with, how is your fold? Okay.
That's good.
Okay.
Look at her first one.
Okay.
That one, yeah,
One thing I want is to tap down and press down your rice. So the point is like that.
Oh, I see.
If there's gaps in here and you boil, okay, here we go. So these leaves allow themselves to be a redo. We're going to do a redo. I want you to do the first fold. Okay, do the first fold for me. And we'll use up all the goodies. No, use this one. You see how different? See how soft that is?
Right.
Okay, you're going to do this one. Okay, you're going to fold it in half. No, don't do it that way. You're going to fold on the stem. You want to make your fold away from the stem. You don't want it on the stem.
Oh.
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
And you can achieve that by that. Okay, but you see, I want this concaveness. So you're going to put the point in the hole. See the concaveness?
Right.
Okay. Now with you achieved it this way, but since you folded this way, what you want to do is the concaveness is this one.
Right. Exactly.
See that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you concave and you put it up this way.
Right.
There are ways that you get to that point. Are we ready?
We're going to wrap it up and you can come back to working with your group.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yes. Oh, you also want to say we're going to auction off 5 of the wooden boxes during the big day of giving.
And how much would you sell them for?
We're going to auction it off.
We're going to auction.
Yes.
Okay. Okay,
Yes,
folks.
with her.
We have successfully wrapped a couple of Joong.
Okay, we're gonna. You're not live yet, but you will be in a second. I'll give you a cue, okay?
Okay.
Paula will start talking.
Okay. What do you think?
I wish I could have some. I'm allergic to pork.
You what?
I'm allergic to pork.
Okay, so what we do is we do chicken, chicken, and marinate dark meat, mushrooms, and then use a few more legumes. Now you're allergic to pork. This is a fabulous, fabulous lapchang. However, there are some sausages that indeed are chicken based. What, honey? Sure. Let me take them. And also, there's at the dim sum house
The one in Natomas?
another wrap that you can use instead of bamboo leaves. It's a beautiful, like a fan. It's a lotus leaf wrap. Keep it, honey.
Oh, is she?
So you lay it out and you parboil your rice
Okay.
al dente. So if you want to have chicken, if you want to have legumes, have a little egg, then what you do is you dig out the rice, put it there, and they say most wrappers like to put oil to keep. I don't. I use chicken broth. Okay, so chicken broth, and then you put this pot, and then I open it up, and I have mushroom chicken. I have mushroom chicken.
Oh, that sounds so good.
Pardon? Soak it. Go ahead and soak it.
Should I ask somebody else if they have?
Here, you want more rice? Soak it.
Look what just arrived for you.
Oh,
Where do we soak it?
in the kitchen. You were in the kitchen.
We're gonna go live now.
Okay.
So I'll thank you for being here and just ask you how it went. And we can talk a bit back and forth.
Okay.
So feel free to improv a little bit or just ask me a question. Just feel comfortable.
Okay. I am. Okay.
We gotta scoot. We gotta scoot. We gotta scoot.
I love the height difference.
Thank you so much for being here, Lana. This looks absolutely exciting. How do you think it's gone so far?
I think it's great. I think that we have different levels of learners. We have people who kind of played around with leaves before, have some inside on the Joong. Many have gone to the church, bought the Joong, and so now they're folding their own. I said, you can custom make and make your own family so pleased with your own filling. We talked about that.
Yes, we did. We did, because I'm allergic to pork, and I have been watching this wonderful process and feeling very sad because I can't have any of it. But yes, you did give me some wonderful tips for making sure that I can make this and enjoy it as well.
Absolutely. Use chicken, use a protein. I rode wrap Joong with an Uncle Ed, and he used shrimp that he brined from Floridina.
Maybe I can wrap some Joong with my Uncle Ed.
Absolutely. It's the best. It really is great. Yeah, so fun.
It is. Well, thank you so much for being a part of this cooking demonstration. These cooking demos are a wildly popular part of our home and community-based programs, and your Big Day of Giving donation between now and May 5th will keep these classes live streamed for free to our community. In addition, this year's $500,000 goal will help us expand to feature exciting new dishes like this one and plant-based options for those of us who are exploring vegetarian and vegan eating. If you love our programming and want to see more, then please support ACC Senior Services for Big Day of Giving. There are several ways to donate. You can give directly to ACC with a check or an online donation. Give to our Big Day of Giving page between now and May 5th at bigdayofgiving.org/ACC Senior Services, or you can call in to our live 2-day telethon on May 4th and 5th. No matter how you give, your support has a profound effect on our home and community-based programs. Please visit ACCSVBDOG 2022 to learn more. Thank you so much, Lana. This has been an absolute pleasure.
My pleasure. Oh, it's so fun. Thank you.
Before we go on to our next guest, we have a little message from Gloria Imagire. I'm sure many of you already know Gloria. Not know she's been volunteering here since she was 37 years old. Gloria, take it away.
Hi, my name is Gloria Imagiri, and I'm proud to be a longtime volunteer at ACC Senior Services. I was 37 when I first started, and we're celebrating 50 years this year. So it's been a wonderful journey that's involved the greater part of my life. From the beginning, we volunteers truly felt we could make a difference in our community. It's been a privilege to be a part of ACC's 50 years of service to Sacramento, helping our seniors enjoy active and purposeful lives. ACC prides itself on being a community of caring, and it is one of only a few local nonprofit organizations that provide much needed care along with social and supportive services to our seniors. To continue providing these services, though, we do need your support. In the best traditions of ACC, I hope you'll open up your pocketbooks and give generously on the big day of giving. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. It's so much fun to have some of our community here live to enjoy this event. Part of what makes our Big Days of Giving so special this year is that we can celebrate as a community after being in isolation for so long. However, unfortunately, the pandemic is not over, and we need your help to keep our community safe. Our ongoing COVID safety measures would not be possible without your Big Day of Giving support. Last year's telethon raised $210,000 that helped us keep our residents, our staff, and our in-person program participants safe and healthy. Furthermore, we were able to pivot our lifelong learning and wellness classes online, just like this, so our community could keep connected and inspired.
Thanks, Kala. Now, up next, we have a new face to ACC, Raeselle Lourdes, who is the co-owner of Ube Cafe. Kala, have you ever tried ube?
Actually, yes, I have. Just last year, I tried some ube pancakes that my brother ordered, and they were absolutely magical. It tasted kind of like mochi, kind of like marshmallow, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't actually know what ube is. I ate it, and I don't necessarily know what kind of flavor it was contributing to the dish I ate. Can you walk me through it, please?
Well, it can be difficult to describe. I grew up in Hawaii, and there we often have ube desserts and ice cream, which is wonderful. It actually comes from mashed purple yam and is used in a lot of Filipino desserts.
Okay.
Whenever I see purple, it is definitely a sign that ube is flavoring it, and it is also always delicious. I'm sure Raeselle will tell us more about it. So without further ado, welcome to ACC, Raeselle.
And before I get started, I do want to thank you to the ACC Senior Services for inviting me over. The first time I was here, I actually attended the health fair. We had a booth here for an organization I was affiliated with, and that was the first time I heard of ACC, and I looked them up, and I am amazed at all the services they provide here for the community, and I hope it continues on for a number of years. And so I'm going to get started. So I am the co-owner of Ube Cafe. We are a local business here in Sacramento. And, you know, we are a business where American traditions meet Filipino flavors. And as a Filipino American, you know, it is difficult to navigate two cultures. So I believe this is one of the many ways to celebrate our two identities. It all started when it was a dream of ours. Back in 2018, I felt that there was a need in the downtown Sacramento area to have a Filipino restaurant. So I called a partner of mine and I said, I want to open up one. And I didn't have any experience, but the Downtown Sacramento Partnership actually had a competition called Calling All Dreamers. We submitted our business plan and we became the semifinalists. Although we didn't win, I felt like this is our sign to just continue on and push. Now we evolved to a catering company and we do pop-ups across the Sacramento area. So we're excited for that. And it's funny because I have no background in cooking whatsoever. Everything is self-made or self-taught, but you know, with trial and error, it is what it is now. So let's get started. So what is ube? So ube is actually a sweet purple yam with a nutty vanilla aftertaste, and primarily found in the Philippines. Not to be confused with taro. So ube is a vibrant purple yam with a dark brown outside. And you can find it in many Filipino desserts. And what's famous in the Philippines is our ube halaya, which is a ube jam mixed with, I can show you right here because we make our own ube jam, with milk and sugar. And actually it's a long process. You have to keep stirring and stirring for about an hour. So today, I will show you what you can make at home and what you can find in stores and online, which is ube white chocolate chip brownies. So let's go over the ingredients. So what we have here is going to be sifted all-purpose flour. In this ramekin is a mixture of baking soda, baking powder, and salt. We have brown sugar, melted butter, 1 beaten egg, ube extract. It may be hard to find these days, but you can find it in your local Asian stores or online. Ube jam, although we made it in-house, you can find it online or at the Asian grocery stores. And white chocolate chips. Okay? So although I don't have an oven next to me, what you're going to do is preheat your oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. And then prep your 8x8 pan. So what I did today is brought my disposable 8x8 pan because you're going to bring this to parties. So we're going to lightly coat this with cooking spray and set aside. So what I'm going to do now is take the bowl of flour, mix the mixture of baking soda, salt, and baking powder, and we're going to combine. Now, we're going to set that aside. It's really funny because I didn't know the difference of baking powder and baking soda until I started this business. Okay, now we're going to take the brown sugar and we're going to mix it in with our melted butter. And we're going to do that until thoroughly combined. We're going to do that for about a minute. So growing up, my favorite dessert for anything that with ube halaya would be halo-halo. Halo-halo in the Philippines or in Tagalog is mix-mix. It's shaved ice with candied beans, jelly, with condensed milk and evaporated milk, and all I would eat would be the ube halaya on top. Maybe it was a sign to where I am today. Okay, so now you see until it's well combined like that. We're going to set that aside. And before we put our beaten egg into this brown sugar mixture, we are going to put 2 teaspoons of the ube extract. Now tip, you want to be careful of this ube extract because it easily stains. Trust me. There are a lot of white shirts I cannot wear anymore because of this ube extract. Gonna set that aside. We're kind of mix this in. So this ube extract will enhance its flavor, but also give its bright purple color as well. Set aside. Now we're going to mix it in the bowl. So the recipe we're making today is not really commonly found in the Philippines, but that is our mission here at Ube Cafe. So we're going to mix it for about 30 seconds. So in the last 10 years, it was so funny. I used to never cook. I joined a Filipino nonprofit organization called the Sinagdala Filipino Theater Performing Arts Association as a choral director. And my schedule was so hectic, and I always had the parents bring me food, bring me desserts, and I was so spoiled. I didn't have the need to cook. And like I said in the beginning, it wasn't until I started this business where I said, oh, I guess I have to learn how to cook. And the first thing that I tried baking was ube cheesecakes. And it took about a month to dial that recipe in. We started with jars of store-bought ube halaya, which actually it's time to put in our ube halaya. And then I changed my mind and I said, well, since our business name is Ube Cafe, I need to start making our own ube halaya. And then we're just gonna thoroughly mix this. It's gonna be this dark purple color. And like I said, these ingredients you can find in your local stores or online. See, everything is thoroughly mixed. Now we're going to slowly start adding the dry ingredients, just a little bit at a time, and mix. What's so exciting about our mission is where American traditions meet Filipino flavors is that I'm starting to see ube in local stores. Trader Joe's, I've seen ube mochi pancakes, ube ice cream, but the latest I've seen are their ube yogurt pretzels, which are actually not bad. And I feel like it's the gateway to the Filipino culture, and non-Filipinos, non-Asians will be more inspired to learn about the culture and be open to it. Okay, time to add more. So it is going to be a thick batter, so just be mindful of that. A little bit more mix. This is the arm workout. You can see right here, you want to make sure that you don't see the flour until you add a new set. Okay, and then the last batch, I'm going to set this aside. Let's move all of this so you can properly see it. And like I said earlier, I did bring my disposable pan with intentions. You want to not always, but you want to sometimes make it a disposable pan because you want to bring it to parties. That's what it's for, right? To share with everyone, unless you want to keep it for yourself, which sometimes I do. Should be almost done. And like I said, you want to make sure that all your dry mixture is all gone. That's a running joke. I used to teach Filipino songs, and now I bake Filipino-American desserts. Can't stay away. Okay, so now we're wrapping up, so we're just going to pour this onto the pan. Stir to the side. Make sure it's spread evenly. Like I said, you want to be careful where you place it. Like I'm on white, so it's kind of scary, so I don't want to make a mess here. There. And then now you top it with white chocolate chips. Put as many as you want. This is my favorite part. You pop it in the oven for about 25 to 30 minutes, or until I insert a toothpick and it comes out clean, and you're all set to go. Hope you guys enjoy.
Thank you so much for being here today, Raeselle. I have always wondered how to cook with ube, so it's so nice to see a demonstration of it. And I don't know if people at home could see the finished product, but it's beautiful. From afar, it looks like regular brownies, but if you look up close at it, you can see the purple in it, and it looks really delicious. Before we move on to our next presenter, I've been told that we have a special presentation. We have Alyssa Chow calling in, and Jean Chiomoto, our board president, is here to help us talk to Alyssa.
Okay.
So what's going on, Jean?
I don't know. I'm waiting for Alyssa to call in. Is she there? Did she dial in yet?
Oh, there she is.
There.
Hi, Alyssa.
Hi, Alyssa. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
We're good. We're good. So, what are you here to talk with us? And I hear you have some special items for us.
Yeah, so I was actually at ACC yesterday doing one of my presentations, but I did present a donation check for the ACC programs in the amount of $2,500. So just wanted to announce that.
Wow!
Thank ACC for everything that you do. Great organization, and I'm so proud to be a part of it.
Well, thank you, Alyssa. $2,500. We can't thank you enough, and we really appreciate everything that you do for ACC. You teach Wills and Living Trust class, Private Fiduciary, and a lot of other classes. And you've been a long-time volunteer for ACC, and I understand you're also the treasurer at the Sacramento Asian Sports Foundation.
Actually, the vice president and secretary.
Oh, you moved up. Okay, that's even better. More authority, right? And your mom, Sue Chow, plays pickleball here at ACC.
She does. So she actually was part of the pickleball tournament last week that was hosted by ACC.
Oh,
wow.
That's great.
Well, Jeri, I watched it, and we had 32 players, but we don't know who won yet.
Oh, I think we have to wait for the Big Days of Giving telethon, and then we'll reveal the winners of the tournament. So
your mom might have won something. We don't know.
She's pretty good, so I wouldn't be
So
surprised.
everybody's going to have to tune into the Big Day Giving and hear the results of the tournament.
Yeah, so for all the pickleball players out there, tune in. It's May 4th and May 5th. I'm not sure which day we're going to reveal the results, so you might have to plan to tune into both days.
I think they should tune in for both days.
I think so too.
So again, Alyssa, thank you so much for your donation. Thank you
Alyssa.
so much.
Of course, thank you.
Well, thank you, and have a good rest of your day.
Thanks,
All right,
Alyssa.
thanks, you
She's
too.
joining us from her office, if you can tell. She's joining us as part of her workday. So thanks so much for taking the time to do that, Alyssa.
Of course, thank you.
Now, up next, we have a return guest to ACC, Salee. He currently works nearby. He's a neighbor of ACC at CalWorks. He's a human services program manager. And he is also a board member with the Yumian Community Services. He makes a wicked green papaya salad. And the last time he was here, he demonstrated how to make it. I think it may be the most colorful and beautiful cooking video we have had yet. That video has over 1,000 views on YouTube, and you should check it out if you're interested. It's been one of our most successful cooking demos to date. Today, he will be showing us a Thai-style papaya salad, a little different than the last one. So please give another warm welcome to Salee. Sue?
Thank you, ACC, for having me back again. Today I'll be demonstrating Thai papaya salad, which is different than the last version that I did, which was Lao papaya style salad. So there is a little bit of difference between the different type of papaya salad. The Thai papaya salad has fish sauce, tamarind, sugar, versus the Lao style, which is more pungent, and it has crab, as well as fermented fish sauce. So that's the really difference that we have for the different style papaya salad. So I'm going to start talking about the different ingredients that I have with me today. So as you can see, all these ingredients are very bright. I have palm sugar, garlic, Thai chili, lime, shrimp, tomatoes, and some Persian cucumber just for garnishes later on. What I also have is the crushed peanuts. This is what really makes the difference between a Thai and Lao style papaya salad. The Thai like to sprinkle the roasted peanuts on top of the papaya salad versus the Lao style. I also have some MSG, which you don't have to use. You can opt it out if you want, but last time I mentioned that you have to have some sort of MSG to make that umami flavor to bring it out. So I think it's an essential ingredient. I also have some fish sauce and tamarind concentrate, which I diluted with some just cold water. So I just mix it up. And this is the grated green papaya salad. I did a mixture of hand chopped as well as grated, so I'll be using this in the whole dish. All right, so let's start. I like to start off with the dry ingredients, which are the Thai chilies. Depending on how spicy you want, add as many or as little. I like to do 3 garlic cloves, 2 palm sugar. All right, so you're gonna start pounding. You have to put a lot of work in here, so use your muscle. It's a time-consuming dish as well, so make sure you prep it the night before if you want to have it ready for the next day. All right, so pound it as much as you want. Make sure the ingredients are meld together. So I can already start smelling the fragrance from the garlic and Thai chili. All right. That's what we have next. You're going to squeeze some lime. You can just drop the lime in there. The rind is aromatic, and it just adds another layer of flavor profile to the dish. And you can add as much or as little, depending on how sour or how sweet you want. All right, so I will add the tomatoes next. I'm going to use all the tomatoes that I have. Right. You just kind of want to bruise the tomatoes so that it releases some of the flavors and add it. All right, so I'm going to start adding some MSG. fish sauce, half of it. And I'm going to use half of my tamarind sauce, and I'll adjust at the very end to see how sour or how sweet it is. All right, so you're gonna pound and turn until all the ingredients are incorporated. All right, so let me do a taste test. Oh, it's kind of spicy and sour. And that's it. It's very quick. If you can have it prepared the night before. I will incorporate the shrimp at the end. I just want to toss it in and just stir it because I don't want to damage the shrimps. So I want to talk about the community organization that I'm part of. This weekend we have an Immune Festival at San Pernell Community Center in Meadowview. It is from 10 to 2. We will be highlighting our culture. We'll be giving out the lucky red eggs. So please come on by. It's from 10 to 2. We have also the Immune Student Conference there as well the same day. And they will be learning about our culture, tradition, and also higher education. And that is something that we put on annually for the students in Sacramento Unified School District as well as Elk Grove. We also have students coming out from the Bay Area to attend the conference as well. So drop on by and just learn about our culture and tradition. And earlier it was mentioned that I am the program manager for the CalWorks Service Center, which is across the street. My organization, we provide Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and food stamp services to the residents of Sacramento County. So if you know anybody who's in need of CalFresh or subsistence program, please give us a call, 875-3100. So you can apply for the program. All right, so we are done, guys. This is what it looks like. Thai style papaya salad. All right. Enjoy.
Now it's my pleasure to introduce a longtime friend and supporter of ACC. We have a great video of her. It's Maryelle Tsukamoto. Maryelle is a retired teacher and principal in Elk Grove. She is well known throughout California and the nation for her work with the Japanese American cultural groups, including the Japanese American Citizens League. She's been a strong support of ACC for many decades. So now, everyone, please welcome through our great video, Maryelle.
Hi, my name is Maryelle Tsukamoto, and I'm here to ask for your support of ACC Senior Services as it celebrates its 50 years of service to Sacramento's senior community. I'm a retired educator, and I stay active with the Japanese American Citizens League and many great organizations. And I can tell you that ACC is a treasure in our community. From its skilled nursing facility, to rides for seniors, to yoga and music classes, older adults find meaning and purpose in being here. For many of us and our friends, ACC is truly a community of caring. For over the past 50 years, community support has helped ACC grow from a rented house in downtown Sacramento to a well-run, award-winning organization that provides health, education, transportation, and social services across Sacramento County. Please, give generously, and let's keep a good thing going.
I agree with Maryelle. Let's keep a good thing going. One thing I want to talk to you guys about is a program of ours that really does help us all keep going, and that's our Rides Transportation program. Rides helps many of our seniors keep going by providing essential transportation, door through door, in over 13 zip codes around Sacramento, and even some parts in the Delta. We have a little video of our Rides program that I'd like to share with you now. So turn your attention to some of our Rides staff and volunteers and clients.
A lot of them are going to the doctor, and I think they just don't have the money they can't drive anymore. Either they've already had to give up their license, or maybe too poor to have a car. Most people are glad to see us, and I had a lady say once, "What else do I have to look forward to?" I'm excited about you guys coming to pick me up, you know.
I feel so happy, you know, they have this transportation to my home because I am handicapped. I'll see you later. I can drive it.
Okay. She lives deep in the pocket, so she's the last one we'll drop off, always, huh? Yes. But it's still a sweet time together.
Wonderful. For people like me who don't drive and don't have much of a family here, we need it.
Because I can't walk and I need to get over to Bel Air for my groceries.
From 2003 to 2019, the total amount of rides that we provide is 500,000 289 approximately.
We need to get over there, and we don't have transportation at our age anymore, so we have to rely on ACC.
Recording
whatever
stopped.
they could provide for us.
Recording in
Our drivers will
progress.
notice if somebody's health isn't normal, isn't what it usually is, and they will contact the family. And the family's grateful for that because maybe somebody who's usually peppy and walking really well, one day we go to pick them up, but they're moving slower, they're not as sharp, and you just know that's not how they're supposed to be.
It's a cycle of life. Eventually, I are going to be in that stage. You know, let's remember that we don't always all stay young. And one time, lifetime or another, we're going to become seniors. And we're going to want to be able to have programs and resources to be able to go and socialize and mingle with other seniors, you know, and not just stay home and deteriorate, because usually that's what happens with a lot of our seniors.
They need us, without a doubt, and they appreciate us. That's an exciting thing. Most of them tell me they're just so glad to see ACC pull up.
Thank you to all our ride staff and volunteers for that video. I love that video. Every time I see it, it always reminds me of the kind of relationship that Rides has developed with our community. When you support ACC, you're really supporting programs like Rides that help people to do their essential things they need to do to get on with their everyday life. But more than that, you're helping to provide them with a friend, someone who they can talk to, someone who cares about them. You could see in that video how much Lauren, our Rides driver there, just got so much joy out of the help he was able to give to some of the riders there. So anyway, I love that video. I hope you enjoyed it too. Now, back to our big day of cooking. I'd like to introduce a new friend and supporter of ACC, Jason Joong. Jason was instrumental in signing up most of today's presenters, and he has also recruited various presenters for our past ACC live streaming programs this year, such as Pachia Vang with her Hmong textiles and Salee that we saw earlier. Welcome, Jason. Thanks for everything you do for ACC.
Thank you so much. Well, this organization really means a lot to me personally. My grandmother had spent time here and benefited from the arts enrichment programming. It's near and dear to my family's heart, and we're just really grateful to have this exciting platform that ACC provides, uplifting all of these different cultures and communities that we have here in Sacramento.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, you know, when the pandemic happened, we really had to kind of pivot and go to this live stream format, but we're finding that it's become a real resource for our whole community. So we're happy to be able to do it, and so happy to have partners in the community like you to make it so successful. For those of you who don't know Jason, he has a very diverse and interesting background. Jason is the former arts program specialist of the California Arts Council. He's founder and executive director of the Sacramento Asian Pacific Film Festival, and is also involved in a ton of community events and initiatives. Jason, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you're everywhere and do all the things that you do. Can you share a little bit about some of your current projects and kind of share with us, like, why do you do it? What makes you spend so much time out in the community?
Sure. Well, you know, for starters, I have to really just acknowledge my parents, Priscilla and Michael Joong. My mother is a longtime volunteer with My Sister's House, another very important social service agency that addresses human sex trafficking, sexual assault, and domestic violence, particularly among Asian American and Pacific Islander women and children in the area. So through her work, she instilled in me, you know, a need to uplift our community. My father just always being not just a provider, but an enabler for, you know, for me and our family to do kind of the work that we're doing. I was born and raised here, just down the street from ACC Senior Services. This is the community that I grew up in. I left for a while, but coming back, I really wanted to see the connections that I didn't find at the time. A lot of maybe siloed work, very good work, but siloed work. And so I have this vision to see a community that celebrates the depth and the breadth of the diversity that we have here in Sacramento. I also grew up in the Sacramento Mandarins Drum and Bugle Corps, and they're approaching 50 years next year. So I was a young musician, and I got introduced to the arts and to cultural arts in particular along my own path. And so this is just a way for me to kind of give back to some of the community and to really try to strengthen the potential for our community to represent all of the diverse cultures that we feel like it's known for. It should be known for. People talk about it all the time. But I really would like to see us work more closely together. And so it does tie into really what ACC is doing, and thankfully, gratefully, what I've been able to help ACC with, to bring some of my friends along for the ride, representing Hmong, Yu Mien, Filipino, of course, there are the maybe more common cultures. In Greenhaven and in Pocket, it was a place that had a lot of Japanese and Chinese folks who were pushed out of the downtown core as a result of redevelopment, right? So it's all connected. All of the work that I do and am able to do, it is all connected in my mind. As we are able to uplift one group and make those connections, we're able to uplift everyone.
Yeah, I agree. It's so important. And I'm glad you mentioned the whole thing about like your parents. And I think that's a common thread that we find with a lot of people who are connected at ACC, is that it's a generational thing, right? It's like there's some connection maybe of your parents or grandparents, and now you're finding a way of being able to connect with other people or giving back to the community. And so I think that's special, and that's one of the things that I love so much about ACC as well. Yeah. And so what are do you have like a current hot project that you're working on or anything like that?
I'm working on several. So as you mentioned, I'm the executive director and founder of the Sacramento Asian Pacific Cultural Village. And the idea is to provide a physical venue, a location where we can all come together under one roof to practice, to study, to celebrate, uplift all forms of contemporary and traditional Asian and Pacific Islander art forms and creatives. That's one project, and then we produce the Sacramento Asian Pacific Film Festival, which is returning May 21st and 22nd at the Sophia. It will be our 6th year, and we have been on hiatus, largely due to COVID. So that's one important event that is coming up, and a lot of folks have been just eager to find space together to celebrate our stories, our culture, our heritage, and some of the issues that we face as a community. A big event coming up around the corner on May 7th is Asian Pacific Culture Fest at the Sacramento Asian Sports Foundation. And so this is a partnership with the Creative Space, Jennifer and Remy Tokunaga, who have been doing these amazing small business pop-ups. And for this May 7th, we're looking at having more than 80 arts and craft vendors. We're having several cultural arts performances on stage. Jordan Segundo is going to be co-emceeing. We're going to be having not only him, but several other singers, vocalists throughout the region. We'll have a beer tasting area. We'll have food trucks out. We'll have a pop-up visual art installation featuring several of the area's most high profile and active and emerging Asian and Pacific Islander visual artists. So those are a couple of the events coming up. I'm also involved with AAPI Night Market, which is on May 13th. And that's going to be just an explosive celebration at Capitol Mall. It's being presented by the Sacramento Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce. And then, of course, I got to give a shout out to my sister's house, and they have their big gala, which is happening. Their annual gala is returning in a different format, but also it's going to be an exciting evening, and that's May 14th at 5:30.
Wow, it sounds like there's a lot of stuff happening just in these next few weeks. And lots of, you know, I don't know, I'm kind of excited because it sounds like lots of fun and like interesting people to get to know. And I think I've heard that you have brought somebody quite interesting. In fact, people just earlier have been trying to get photos with him because he's a little bit of a celebrity. It's Billy No. He's here, right, to do our next presentation. Do you want to call him in and maybe introduce the folks to Billy?
That's right. Well, you know, one of the first friends I made when I came back to town about 11 years ago was Billy No. He is the creator of Crew Contemporary Japanese Cuisine. He is a celebrity chef in our region, and he's not just a chef, but he is, you know, he is so open to supporting community causes like this, like ACC Senior Services, like the Sacramento Asian Pacific Film Festival, like many others. He's such a joy to be around, and I'd love to bring on my friend, Billy No.
Billy, before Jason has a chance to talk to you a bit, I want to insert here, I wanted to be able to thank Oto's Market for the rice, and also Sunfish Market for the beautiful fish that Billy is going to work with today. So thank you so much, Sunfish Market.
Great. Well, I just have a couple of questions for you. I have been curious for a long time to get a little bit more of the backstory on how you were brought into the world of sushi making. What got you started?
Yeah, interesting story. It was just a job. I didn't wake up and dream one day I wanted to be a sushi chef. It was just a job. The first job I had in high school with a work permit was over at Fuji's on Broadway. I don't know if people from Sacramento remember that restaurant. It was one of the best Japanese restaurants, in my opinion, in Sacramento. They're around for a very long time. Got a job there as a busboy and dishwasher, and then just worked up from there. And with just a work permit in high school, and graduated high school, tried out college. I didn't like that, and actually started really enjoying what I was doing. So from there, fast forward 17 years, and here we are.
That's great. You know, I love the passion that you have for your craft. Not everyone has that. What is it that kind of, you know, inspired that focus and drive for you?
I think it's just failure, and then not wanting to fail, growing up in a family of immigrants, growing up very poor, and also just like you asking me too, you know, how did I get into sushi? And in the beginning was, first thing I remember opening up the restaurant, customers or people will come in, and the first thing they'll ask like, oh, are you Japanese? Or I'm like, no, you know, I'm not. And they'll just either they have that smirk or that look, or like, or they'll ask you why did you open a Japanese restaurant when you're not Japanese? Well, I'm like, why not? You know? And then so I just wanted to just push and be really good at it.
Yeah, that's great. I think that all of us, or many of us, have that drive that comes from those generations that we talked about earlier, the generations of perhaps some struggle as refugee communities, as immigrant communities. So I think that's really exciting that you kind of are able to challenge that and channel that at the same time and focus into what you do. So with that, I'm going to let you take it away.
Okay, cool, thank you.
And
Thank
share
you,
the
Jason.
audience your work.
Cool. Hi, everyone. So today I'm not actually going to be making a dish per se. I'm going to show how to break down the loin of tuna. Tuna is really simple. You're not cooking anything. It's just a lot of preparation. And I feel like doing some caterings and stuff at home, I think one of the things that people are really afraid of to try at home is making sushi, is because of just the prep that's involved. You know, you're not necessarily cooking anything, but it's a lot of prep that goes into it, and just not knowing the proper procedures. So I thought about coming out here and showing everybody how to make a roll with the ingredients laid out, or doing a poke, but you know, take that back. You know, there's steps before that. So the steps before that is to know how to take that hunk of tuna loin and turn it into the usable parts and pieces. And you could go to the stores and buy pre-cut poke chunks, or loins, but you're paying a little bit more. If you're already going to do sushi at home, get the bigger piece and then know how to break it down. So that's what I wanted to do today. Cool. Yeah, and thank you to Win Fam at Sunfish for donating this tuna. Here. All right. Do this. I'm just gonna pad this off a little bit. All right, get it wiped down. So here, the first thing you want to do when you have a loin of tuna like this, tuna is huge. They're one of the most, the largest predatory fish besides shark, so that's why they're just all solid muscle. This is just a section of a loin of the tuna. This would be the head portion. The head would be up here. There's another section here, one more section here, tail, and this is just a quarter of the fish. There is 4 sections. This is the bloodline. The spine would be down here. First thing you want to do is take off the bloodline. Bloodline's not really edible raw, but you can cook it and stew it down and eat it. And you kind of just look on the side, just follow that and trim it off. And when cutting fish, you don't want to do a sawing action because you're going to break the meat. So you're just going to see me doing strokes, and that's the purpose of the long blade, is you don't want to saw. When you saw, you'll break the muscle, and it's not going to look good or taste good, feel good in your mouth. All right, so now that's all trimmed off. From here, this top section looks like a triangle, but this top section would be, well, it depends on the type of tuna too. So this is a yellowfin tuna. It is the best section on this type of tuna. They're really lean. There's no fat. You'll hear the term toro at sushi restaurants, chew toro. That's only from bluefin tuna. So on this tuna, the best cut would be right here, the kami, the leanest cut. It's like the fillet, right? And then also when you're cutting this part down, just the way the fish is, you want to cut from where the head would be to the tail, because if you go this way, it'll break the meat. So, and you can see this section right here. Use that as the line to take the top loin off. Okay, just like that. So this is the part that you would use for nigiri. It's the prime cut. Super tender, just like the fillet. So I'm just gonna put this here for now. I'm just gonna cut this off. So next, I don't know if you can see it, you'll see these lines going here. You want to go follow this connective tissue and then go all the way to skin to take this next loin off. So this section is the part that you would use for sashimi. So I'm going to show you how to break these down for the next steps. All the stuff you don't want to waste. All this extra meat, you're paying for the whole fish, use everything. This section you would use a spoon to scrape it, and that's what you would make spicy tuna out of. Right. So now you got this piece right here. So this is a section where it's still good meat, but there's a lot of connective tissue you can see. This is the part where you want to barbecue or sear to kind of break down that connective tissue so you can still eat it. But it's still a really good piece of meat, but it's going to be a little chewier. So you want to sear this part. All right, so now going back to this piece. So now you got this chunk. How do you turn this into sashimi? Cut it this way so you can end up with loins like this or blocks like this. So now that you have blocks like this, the shape for sashimi is already there. You see it. It's a little block rectangle. From here, you could just cut. Put that here. So you can see here, sashimi cut here. This all the way down here. And now, next part is really similar to the sashimi cut, but you're using this section for the nigiri because it's the best part. It's like the fillet. From here, you're going to want to cut little pieces like this, and you can see already it's the shape for nigiri to serve with rice. For nigiri or carpaccio, just cut it a little thinner, and you've seen dishes like this in every Japanese restaurant or sushi restaurant. Thinly sliced fish, put a little chili oil, ponzu, and jalapenos. So, right here. And next, cuts for poke, right? Poke, it would be you wouldn't want to use, I mean you could use this best part, but usually the best part you want to save it for nigiri. So poke, you kind of want to use cuts that are in the middle, like in between. Like this section earlier, I was saying you want to grill it, barbecue it. It's going to be still too tough for poke, but you want like this section from down here. There's some connective tissue, but it's not too tough. Same thing, you're blocking it off, having a chunk like this. From here, you're just cubing it. Cool. And that's it. So. Done a little early. So. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Billy. This
You're
looks
welcome.
amazing. I can tell you we're all standing back there like kind of drooling because it looks so good. It's you know, you made it look so easy, but I bet it takes a lot of
I think
practice,
it's
right?
just easy, but just knowing how to do it in the first place. So hopefully that helped everybody at home to not be afraid of breaking down the tuna and to get to these cuts. Once you have this, the next steps are really, really easy.
Yeah, I guess after you do it a couple times and you kind of get to understand what each section is. I think I'm going to need a little bit of practice, but maybe by next New Year's I'll be ready.
Well, thank you for having me.
Thank you
awesome.
so much for taking the time with us today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Billy, and thank you to Jason Joong for bringing you and introducing you. Jason will be back a little bit later in our program. Now I would like to introduce another longtime supporter and friend of ACC. It's Phil Eisenberg. Phil Eisenberg was on the Sacramento City Council when ACC was founded in 1972. And he served as Sacramento's mayor from 1975 to 1982. He later became a member of the California State Assembly. He has been an ardent supporter of ACC since our inception, and for that, we are very grateful. Take it away, Phil.
Hi, I'm Phil Eisenberg. 50 years ago, ACC was just an idea, something on paper. As a city councilman and later mayor, I was proud to support the idea and prouder to watch the founders turn an idea into a full-blown community center with housing, healthcare services, and lots of educational activities, all for seniors. ACC has grown into one of Sacramento's most dynamic and responsive service providers. They serve people of all ethnic backgrounds and ways of life. They've earned support from the Sacramento region by giving quality service to everyone. As ACC looks to the next 50 years, they need your support to expand home and community-based programs, lifelong learning, transportation services, and health care for older adults. Everyone gets older and we all need help at some point. So make a donation to ACC and let's keep a good thing going.
Thanks so much, Phil. I wanted to, because we have a few minutes, I wanted to let everybody know, or maybe I guess give you a sneak preview of something that we're going to be able to have at the Big Day of Giving Telethon. So it's ACC's very own guitar ensemble. And actually, I think that's the group that our CEO, Derek Lam, is a part of as well. So they practice here at ACC every week in the evenings. And so sometimes we get to hear their wonderful music. But on our Big Days of Giving Telethon, where we're going to have lots of entertainment and storytelling, we're going to be able to have a performance from the guitar ensemble. And you are kind of lucky in that you're going to get a sneak preview right now of some of the music that they play. So let's take a look and listen.
Which one? You or this?
Oh, that one, okay.
Look at me, oh,
If you're just tuning in, I want to fill you in about what ACC's Big Days of Giving events are all about. In addition to introducing new programs and expanding existing programs, your donation will keep our COVID safety measures strong and our community as safe as possible. Please give to our Big Day of Giving page between today and May 5th, or you can call in to our telethon live on May 4th and May 5th. No matter how you give, your support has a profound effect on our home and community-based programs just like this one. Visit accsv.org/BDOG 2022 to learn more. And now, I am honored to introduce our next guest. Chef David Soohoo is no stranger to ACC. In fact, today he's making his third appearance on our cooking demos. Last year, he did a demo on how to debone a chicken in 20 seconds, and another on the wok technique he's used for more than 50 years. Earlier this week, David gave a talk to students at Sacramento State on ghosts in America's kitchens, describing how Chinese immigrant cooks helped a nation devastated by the Civil War. David was born in San Francisco to Cantonese immigrants who owned Chinese American restaurants in Sacramento. Aside from being in the restaurant business all his life, he was also the personal chef to Baron Hilton of Hilton Hotel fame. Wow. So please welcome Chef David Soohoo.
Well, thank you for the incredible introduction. Like everyone here, I want to say that, of course, we all, and I do, support ACC and will continue to. So my hopes are that you will help and donate to ACC. But today, what I want to show you is a simple technique about what our Asian culture which has 3,000 years, 2,000 written, can do. So we're not just sojourners or coming here for gimsan, but we're also build the gimsan. In other words, we're actually adding things to the culture here. And so I'm going to show you how to do a technique. Basically, I should rename this and call it a balloon duck or pump it up duck technique. So I'm going to show you how we do it, okay? So all you got to do is go to the grocery store, buy a whole duck, or buy a frozen one, which doesn't have the neck. And this is what you do. You simply take a string, okay, a long string, make sure it's wet. And the reason why it's wet is because we don't have 3 arms. So if you make the string wet, you can then, I'll show you, okay? You simply take the string below where they cut the duck, okay, and tie it. Tie it. You see how it stays? If you do that, tie it very tight. And then you can do it again. And the reason why I say do it again is because if you're not strong, you can do this cumulatively. So here, it's tight, okay? And most likely you will not tear into the duck's skin. So you do not want to tear into the duck's skin. So if you're really not strong, you can actually go around and around again and tie one more time. And that's good enough, all right? So we don't want air leaking out of this, literally a football, okay? And then here we go. So to make the stuffing, or the marinade for the filling, all you have to do really is just get some orange marmalade, put some, let's say a tablespoon of tarragon or thyme, let's say 4 garlic, little salt and pepper, and then you seal it up. So I'm going to make a quick one that is Asian style, okay? All you have to do is take, I like a cleaver because it's hard for you to accidentally touch the blade and cut your finger. Okay, throw it in there, take about 6 or more garlic, depending on how much you like. Take let's say 1 star anise, that's very, very flavorful. Add about a half teaspoon of 5 spice. So 5 spice is what they also call the Chinese spice, because that elicits memories for the Chinese immigrant. It's been around forever. And that's okay. Here we're adding fermented soybean. So we call this brown bean sauce. We add that because it's basically adds a kind of a umami secondary. It strengthens the flavor of the duck. So soy basically adds extra flavor. It doubles the intensity of this is sugar. Okay, I have 2 tablespoons, and you go about salt. Let's say 1.5 teaspoons of salt up to a tablespoon. So per duck, usually it's 1 tablespoon, and that is the correct amount to make the 3 or 4 pound duck so that you can taste it. Then usually we add, let's say 1 to 1. That way the duck appears to be young. And then if I add 2 tablespoons, it becomes a little sweet and makes my stomach happy and become addictive and delicious. So sometimes if I add 3 tablespoons, 3 to 1, then it's like honey ham and you'll just go crazy for it. So it's up to you, okay? And that's pretty much it. Why do we add alcohol to the duck? And everything here I've done is optional. This is a little bit of rice wine. And the reason why I do that is because when you add wine, alcohol to high heat, it actually pulls the smell. So when you bite into the duck, you will be able to smell everything. And all we have to do is just chop it up. And that's it. So this is a marinade. Like I said, it's up to you what you put inside. But I want to show you how this classic duck, which the Vietnamese called lacquer duck, and the Cantonese call it Cantonese roast duck, and the Beijing, the North people, call that Peking duck. And I'll show you the difference very quickly, okay? So if you use orange marmalade and a little salt and European herbs, then you have made it European style. But the technique really is great. So I would like to say it's just incredible, okay? So here, we take a bamboo stick, and we simply take, I'll show you. So you take the skin, the opening, okay? And you get a pretty good bamboo, okay? Not a pretty sturdy one. Then you go the other way. So this is fun. This is something anyone can do. And the results are quite amazing. So if you support ACC with donations, you'll be able to see more things like this, because we'll put some more techniques. And then you're gonna make connections and make your family and everyone, Thanksgiving, Christmas, holidays. And to me, the most important thing is you will remember the seniors and the culture, the techniques. So this is not about me. This technique is not mine. It belongs to my parents and the culture, the people who have done this in the past. And they give us this technique because it is great. Okay, so here we go. We simply get a wet string. Again, like I said, the reason why is because this way I don't have to have a third person come and hold the string. So I simply tie it, okay, pretty tight, and then I go around the other side. Hopefully it'll stay. Okay, here we go. And then I will simply tie it again. Okay. So I'm pretty sure it's pretty easy for you to do, right? There's nothing here I've done that is difficult. And then we simply tie one more time if you wish, and tie the knot. Okay, now this is the part that I do not understand why this is such a big secret. And you simply take a bicycle pump and you slip it in like a football. So or basketball. So who has not pumped up a basketball before? Okay. It is, you see how it's beginning to move down? And pretty soon, this orange marmalade duck or Asian duck becomes big, okay? And if there's any holes, you simply take a bamboo and you tie a string, okay? So here we have the duck, and the reason why the Chinese or Asians like to keep the head is because if I'm going to eat you, at least I can pay respects to you. I can at least talk to you, okay? And then we're going to do, so that's it. You can simply roast this and it'll be incredible. But let's tell you some little more secrets, okay? So if you take hot water and you take some vinegar. So why do we add vinegar? The answer is because it helps to wash out the fat And also the acidity actually will cut through, so your palate, your tongue can taste more. So acidity actually opens up your ability to taste. And what you'd want to do is, well, that's pretty good, okay? So another secret is that we can add some sugar, some maltose or honey to this water. And I can do that, let's say if I'm doing 50 ducks, okay? But since I'm going to do it just one duck, I'm going to be frugal and just put the honey later. So here I'm giving it a water bath. You see what I'm doing? So what we want to do is get a really hot water and you give it a bath, okay? A really happy bath. Okay, and then on the other side, the same thing. So you can see, look closely, it's almost like it has when you not pimples, anyway, you can see the skin change and the pores are opening up and the skin is tightening up. And so you want to do it longer at home, okay? But I'm just going to show you. Okay, I can go on and on. So how much more time do we have? Okay, we've got plenty of time then, okay? So let's give you, this you can just roast, okay? You have one of the best duck, but let's make it better because I want to make you be more competitive to make your family and everyone happy, okay? So what we do is we take cornstarch, get rid of this, get rid of most of the water until you end up like 2 quarts, okay, like 2 quarts. Then what you do is take about a half cup of cornstarch or more, depending on the manufacturer. It used to be, I've noticed that cornstarch thickened better. Nowadays, it doesn't seem to do it as well, not as strong, the word you might say. So if you add this to it with the water, you have a slurry, right? You simply take and you turn it into, you shake it, add it, stir, and pretty soon you have a thick paste. Okay, you have a thick paste that looks like this, okay? So I want to tell you that, I'll show you the product, okay? But this is just, oh, okay, we have plenty of time, okay. So let's do this the right way, okay? So I simply take, okay, makes me laugh because this is becoming overfilled and I don't want to have water everywhere. But basically, if you have 2 quarts and cornstarch, you will end up with a slurry, a thick paste, not a thick paste, but a thin paste like this, okay? And I'll break it back up. It used to be real smooth. Okay, when it comes to a boil, it's going to be a smooth paste. Make sense? Okay, so let's pretend this is really smooth and thick enough. Okay, so what we do is we take a duck when it's very hot, and this is cornstarch and water, right? So I'm very competitive. So the secret is, at this point, add some honey, brown sugar, or maltose, or whatever you want, okay? That's sweet or not, because we have, why are we adding, why am I telling you this? Because you can make a better Peking duck than at the local deli. And the reason why is because this is brown sugar, because I can't afford honey, or I don't want to pay for honey. But I want to be able to have a nice sweetness that makes this duck incredible. And the reason why we're adding brown sugar or honey, if you have a lot of money, or white sugar, all would be good. Okay, you go endless. You can add herbs to it. You can add all sorts of things. But the idea is this. When you roast this duck, you will have this cornstarch extra layer. And you simply take the scalded blanched duck and you add this cornstarch all over, and you'll have this incredible thin layer. Okay, everybody with me? So now, this is something that restaurants used to do, but today, since the Chinese say, that means you don't know how to eat, so don't bother. Okay? So I'm making you all smarter because this is the right way. It's been doing it for a long, long time. You see how it drips off, but it left a really thin layer you can't see, but it is going to roast and it's going to give you an incredible texture, a crunchiness. Okay, so here, you think that's over, right? No, because in the old days, we used to use the red food coloring and brush the duck. That's because red envelope, red color is happiness. But everybody said, no, that's scary, it's cancerous. So we then use kitchen bouquet, which you can buy locally at your grocery store for brownie, or you can buy the sediments of, when you make soy sauce, they have this thick layer, it's called black soy, or in this particular case, it's thick soy. Okay, so whenever you see black soy, it means it's the bottom part, and we add sugar to it so you can eat it. So here you see the duck, right? So I simply brush it. Okay, so what you can do if you want to be competitive is do half duck that's brown and half duck that's red, okay? So it's endless, okay? But the credit does not go to me. So what I'm teaching you today simply is the techniques, okay? So here, after you put this in front of the duck for depending on what time of year, in a restaurant we have a walk-in, so it's below 40 degrees, and we will go 8 hours with a fan going on it, or if you're in Beijing, the weather is so freaking cold and dry, you don't even need to put a fan. But when the chef went down south to Canton, they said, hey, it's tropical. So what they did was they put this in front of a fan. So if you blow this in front of a fan, you're going to find that the skin will become dry and the cornstarch will be on there like a tempura. Now all we have to do is go 350 degrees for, it's a nice duck. We have to pay respects to it, okay? So you roast this for 1 hour and take it out real quickly, brush with honey, and go 15 minutes more at 350 degrees, and this will be an incredible best duck you can do at home, okay? Seriously. So I recommend you try it. Of course, you know, it's simple, but yet you can make it really complicated. But please respect the elders and donate to ACC, okay? And thank you for having me.
Thank you, David. My family and I love Peking duck. Actually, I have these great memories of being a little kid and going to this restaurant called King's Garden in Honolulu, and my uncle would always order Peking duck. And it was always like a special, a special occasion. Yeah. So I never thought that I would actually be able to cook it myself at home, but you've kind of inspired me to try it.
Now you can. All you have to do for Peking duck, I didn't explain that, is cut the bottom, let all juices out. That way, because when you're eating in Beijing, you're always eating with pancakes. Yeah. When you're in the South, you like rice. So when you cut this open, for rice or noodles, incredible flavors come out. It's a sauce. I can go on. But
I
that's
can't wait. So, and at home, we would just put that in the oven then?
Put it into it. The best, of course, is a convection oven, but you can do anything you want. There's no right and wrong. You can put it on. You can put on a rack, a V-rack, and simply go, like I said, 1 hour and 15 minutes at 350, and it should come out perfect.
Okay. Well, I actually have a V-rack, and I also have a basketball pump. So I think I have most of the tools that I need.
And you can do this with a goose as well. The goose does not get the recognition it does, but boy, that goose is big. So you can do a Peking or a Cantonese goose as well. Same technique.
Where would you buy a goose?
They're everywhere. You just, again, they're not getting the recognition, but the truth is goose or geese is extremely just as popular. And the reason why is there's a banquet, I would slice it up, the skin, there's a lot more skin for everybody, and there's a lot more meat. So try it. So I can say, start off with a duck, and you'll have a great time.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Now I want to invite a very special guest to the stage. Maryellen Burns is a renowned food historian and author who has an amazing wealth of information and stories about foods, cultures, and people who have shaped Sacramento. She has shared some of this on our several ACC live streams, which I encourage you to watch. And I believe we have her to thank for connecting ACC with David Soohoo. So today, Maryellen has a special contribution she'd like to make in honor of David. So welcome, Maryellen.
Thank you so much. So I have to tell you, I've been a David Soohoo groupie since the 60s, eating at his family restaurants. And my husband seduced me, and I will use the term seduced me, at Shinhwa East West, one of his first restaurants that he went on his own. I'm actually going to do a challenge today. I am donating in his honor $1,000 to ACC Senior Services. For those of you who have enjoyed his restaurants over the years, those of you who have enjoyed his programming here, people from the Renaissance Society Cooks Tour, you know who you are. You should be watching today. If you can only give 5, 10, 25, 100, or match me, I would love to raise at least another $1,000. And I'm sorry I didn't get one of those big checks. And I just want to say one other thing. I get asked all the time where my favorite meals in Sacramento are. And the LA Times has called me in the last month, and I say, David Soohoo's house with his wife, Elaine Korn, just spur of the moment. So thank you, David, for inviting me into your home, and you're in my heart. Thank you again.
I'm very honored.
Thank you, David.
Maryellen, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, well, thank you to both of you. I don't know how we could have done our big day of cooking without you. So thank you so much.
I'm enjoying myself very much. Thank you for having me.
It's always our pleasure to have you, David. Our next presenter is Soojin Yoo from ACC. But before we bring her on, I want to mention that you don't have to be a professional cook like David to teach a cooking class here at ACC. In fact, most of our instructors are people like you and me. Susan Peruzzi, one of our pickleball players, is going to make Mexican chilaquiles on June 23rd, and Kala is going to make scones on June 15th. Even our CEO, Derek Lamb, has taught 2 classes. I think he made a mean shrimp and pasta the last time. To show you how straightforward it is to teach at ACC, we want to show you a short video of Nellie Shun, one of our community members making roast pork in a turbo broiler. This was recorded before the pandemic, so you won't see any masks.
It's a Chinese tradition during Chinese New Year. Everyone's at the supermarket lined up to buy that. My name is Nellie Shan, and I'm teaching a Chinese roast pork belly class. There's sugar, chicken bouillon powder, chi hao sauce, ginger powder, 5 spice powder, red bean cake, and the Shaoxing cooking wine. You want it even. You don't want one end thicker than the other. That is called a convection oven. It's a glass movable, and it's also energy efficient, and it browns the pork belly very nice. You can smell it. You can smell and you can tell that it's going to be pretty good. I want to share something that I know is really good, and this is something that is very traditional during Chinese New Year and birthday celebrations, and my family loves it. I want to share the recipe. I don't want to keep it to myself.
Thank you, Nellie. That video was so fun. Up next is ACC's very own Soojin Yoo. Not only is Soojin the beloved program manager for our Bridge to Healthy Families and Friendly Visitor programs, she is also a skilled Korean cuisine cook. Her cooking demos are always a fan favorite. Soojin is known by her program participants and our ACC family as an incredibly caring person in all that she does. The caregiver support programs that she manages are an extension of that kind of compassion in action. Last week, during our big day of caring, she talked about some of the challenges facing family caregivers who have been especially hard hit during the pandemic and who often are left to manage the maze of support services in the community by themselves. I wanted to mention that ACC is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year, and suffice it to say that we continue to provide many of these needed services to older adults and their family caregivers, such as rides transportation, like you saw earlier, our senior employment and lifelong learning classes, which earned us numerous awards and the moniker, a community of caring. This year, we are planning to launch a Care Navigator program, also under Soojin's leadership, that will help older adults, people with disabilities, and family caregivers learn about and access the range of support services available in the community. Today, Soojin will be showing us a Korean barbecue demonstration. Some of you may have been to Korean barbecue restaurants in the area, so you know it involves a lot of fun grilling in front of you and lots of different side dishes that come with it. I know my mouth is watering. I was just telling Soojin that it already smells so delicious. So once again, everyone, please welcome Soojin.
Thank you, Jeri. So thank you so much for the introduction, Jeri. And it is always a fun and honor to be here as the only Korean staff member at ACC. When I was asked to, do the Korean cooking demo, I know I'm just really the home cook. I cook for my family and for myself, but I was very happy to be asked. And then this is always the honor to introduce my, the hometown cuisine to people here. And very happy to see that Korean culture in general in the U.S. is making a huge, the stride these days. Many people started enjoying Korean cooking, Korean, the boy bands like BTS. We get asked a lot about that. Korean dramas and TV shows. So it is good to know that, the more and more people are familiar, with my culture. And today we are going to cook Korean barbecue. This is a very short demo, so many of the prep work is already done, but I'll try to give you so many tips that you can use when you do this during the summer with your, the families, friends, and loved ones to enjoy this beautiful, the communal meal that you can enjoy with your loved ones. So let me start preparing some of it, because of the limited time. So Korean barbecue is usually served with some side dishes. You can do anything that you like. It can be some vegetable dishes, some, the things, but usually we like to have some kind of a pot of stew, and usually we eat soybean stew. So let me start that because it's gonna take about 10-15 minutes to cook. So let me start the pot here on heat. And basically, it is the mixture of the different kinds of vegetables, and the broth is going to be some kind of, the dashi or the, I'm going to use the chicken base today, but anything that you want to use. I know there are the powdered chicken stocks, or if you want to make your own dashi, that is fine as well. But let me start with some of the cubed, the vegetables here. I have carrot, onion, mushroom, and potato, tofu, and some scallion, the green onions chopped here. So let me just put it all. Really, it is not a fancy kind of cooking at all. You can just use any vegetable that you like at home, or if you have any leftover vegetables that are going a little bit, the wither, then does not look very fresh anymore at the end of the week, then please, make this pot, and it's a good way to use those. And let me add some water. Not too much water. It's not a soup, it's more like a stew. So just barely, if you can see that there. And let me add the chicken base, about a half spoonful. And just let it boil. And we're gonna add the soybean paste a little bit later. You really don't have to add it from the beginning. So yeah, let me put this away. And also water can be that way as well. Let me turn up the heat so we can have this going on really quickly. So you can see that there is a broiler here. You all know that the Korean barbecue, especially galbi, the rib, a Korean rib is best when it is grilled. So it needs to meet the direct, the fire, direct heat to give that nice smoky flavor to it. Today, because of the limitation of the setup, I am using just this griddle that I brought from home. But you can use the grill, during the summer if you have one at home. So I will explain a little bit more about marinade a little bit, but yeah, let me start cooking because of the time again. So yeah, let me put it here. So the recipe for marinade, it is available from the website that I am going to introduce you to. So when you Google Korean cooking, her website is always at the top. So the website name is Mangchi, so it is MANGCHI. And she has a great recipe to make this marinade at home. Let me see. Okay, so this is going really well. And I also have the other kinds of barbecue that you can do it at home as well. This is the pork belly. I got it from Koreana Plaza. I think that is more like a go-to place for many people for Korean ingredients. But yesterday I stopped by and they had a good thin cut, but they also have a thick cut as well. Both are really good. It is just a matter of your preference to choose which cut to cook. So let me start some of this as well. You really don't need to add more oil to this because the pork belly, you can see that it is already quite a fatty, the piece of meat. So let me add some more. And let me see, because this has the soy sauce sweetness, which is usually you can use honey, the sugar it can burn quite easily. I know that people usually enjoy the burnt taste, but yeah, the griddle, the temperature doesn't seem to be too overpowering, so it's okay. So for this is already marinated, so you don't have to add more seasoning, but for the pork belly, people usually like to add some pepper, black pepper. And if you have a good sea salt, you can sprinkle some on top. Okay. So while this is cooking, let me give you some ideas about the marinade for the the galbi cut. So where to get this cut first. So these days I see more of these in many different places. Costco has it in a vacuum pack. The thing that I don't like very much about it is that you cannot see all the the cuts because the ribs are very fatty cut of meat. You don't want to end up with a huge chunk of fat in the rib. So, but the price wise, I think Costco is really good. Korean markets, definitely you can get these rib cuts. And I know I sometimes find it in Nugget or Smart & Final as well. So try to check your local groceries. These days they have more and more of these available. So yeah, you can see that. And this pork belly is very important to cook it. So you can see the crunchy parts. Some burnt parts will give you more flavors. So let me flip it really quick. Okay. So it's easily a very good party setup. You can have your the grill or the griddle, near the table or on the table, and you can cook together. And as you cook, you can share the food together as well. So let me give a flip of this as well. If you use grill, it doesn't take too long. I think for about 3 minutes, the both sides, that's going to be really enough to give it a good cooked, the status. But this griddle is usually, taking a little bit longer than, using the grill. So I would definitely recommend using grill for this. Yeah, these are, I think, already pretty much cooked. So let me get a plate. Okay. And let's check the pot for stew a little bit. Give it a little quick stir here. Okay. So these are done. And let's move it to a place where they have more heat. And usually when you grill some things, especially with the Korean barbecue setup, actually you can grill or broil anything. You would see a lot of the vegetables, on the side to grill as well. So the popular ones are this big king oyster mushroom. I just give it a slice to cook. And asparagus are usually very good as well. So let me put it here. And the onions, if you can thinly slice it, this is also very good. Let me make some more space. And I have some sliced, potato as well. So let me start it here as well. So it's not just going to be the meat, but you would have some choices of the side vegetable. And again, you can choose any vegetable that you like. The peppers are a good choice as well. And I know some people like to, they have like tofu or even rice cake on the side to grill as well. Usually, if you cook a lot of pork belly, it yields enough oil to cook this. But today, because the space is very small, let me add some olive oil, so it's going to be cooked nicely. Yeah, let me give it a quick churn, and let's see if these pork bellies are done. Yeah, it is almost done. I can see that. And you can see that the pot is boiling really nicely. So, okay. Now, the soybean paste I told you that you can get from the Korean market usually, and this is from CJ, but it really any company or any kind would work well. And this is quite different from miso in terms of it has more, the kind of the flavor is stronger. But if you're a miso person, does not enjoy the soybean paste, please feel free to use miso as well. That will, work just fine. So, and this is quite salty, so I would recommend for this size of the pot, maybe just 1 spoon would be enough. So I just added the soybean paste, and then it will just cook by itself. You don't have to do anything. Just give it a quick stir from time to time. Okay. Okay. So let's see if these pork bellies are done. Yeah, these are done. Oh, excuse me. So we can remove this. And maybe cook a little bit more. Okay. Again, a little bit of a black pepper. And tape the sea salt. Okay. And you can see that these vegetables are also cooking very nicely. Yeah, let me give it a quick flip. And usually potatoes take the longest to cook, so you can put it aside where the heat is not too strong, and just make it sit there for the time. And you don't really have to cook the mushroom for too long. I think this is really nicely done already. So let me add a little bit more. And let's check our short rib. Yeah, it does not have that nice, the grilled marks, but I hope that it's gonna taste, just fine. Okay. Okay, the onions seem to be cooking very nice, so let me move my potato to the hotter place on this plate. And for the vegetable, you can add also some salt as well. Okay. So while we are waiting for this to cook, let me give you some tips about the sauce. I have two kinds going here. One is just the good sea salt with the sesame oil, and it is good, for the pork belly especially. We usually do not dip this marinated, the short rib in this, but it is a good, the combination with the pork belly. That's why I have it here. And the other thing is that we are going to make some. Let me show you the vegetable setup here. So I have two different kinds of lettuce, green and red. Really does not matter, the tastes are same, but just the variety of it. Usually we serve the Korean barbecue with some veggie sticks. And the ones that we use a lot is the cucumber. It's just cut English cucumber, and this is the carrot. And in the middle here, you would see this in the Korean, the barbecue place a lot. It is perilla leaf. It looks like shiso, the Japanese version of, but the taste and flavors are quite different. And this is a good, the ingredients for the sam, the wrap that we're going to be, making and then eat. So I'll show you how to, make a wrap and then, to have it when we're done with the cooking. And the sauce to make the, the wrap, I usually use, this is samjang. The recipe is also, found in that website that I told you. But this is kind of a mixture of the gochujang, the hot pepper, the paste, and soybean paste, and some other seasonings added to it. And you can buy this from the, the market, Korean market, or I think these days 99 or SF must have it as well. So it usually have samjang, sam, S-S-A-M. That means wrap in Korean. If you're familiar with David Chang's restaurant chains, there is a Momofuku Sambar in New York, and he actually, made this sam kind of a well-known term for the Korean style wrap. So you will see samjang, jang is sauce, and sam is wrap. So this is a sauce for wrap that you can use. I usually do not like the taste of it as it is, so I add the chopped green onion, the scallion, and also the sesame seeds to make it look and a little bit more appetizing. So let me quickly check my meat first, and I think we're gonna be ready to show you how to make Korean wrap. Asparagus is cooking nicely, and we have potato, getting a little bit softer, and onions are ready too. Let me check my beef wrap, beef rib here. This is getting to be ready as well. Okay. Okay. So I think I can actually turn off the heat. So, like I said, for the sauce, I have the chopped green onion and sesame oil in here, and I will add some of this pre-made sauce, big heap of spoon, maybe a half more, and I'm going to just give it a quick mix. And if you like sesame oil, add a little bit to make it a little bit smoother and the runnier. Okay, I think this is ready. Then I'll serve it in that little sauce, the container here. Okay. So this is ready. And let's quickly check our stew here. Usually carrots take longer to cook, but it is almost done. Let me turn down the heat. And we're gonna serve it a little bit later with the other, the parts. So, yeah, let me move the cooked Korean barbecue to the platter here. So kitchen share, it comes handy to serve. I think, the pork bellies are just, easily. It is already very thin and small enough, so you can just Put it right here. And we have some vegetables. And nice crunchy potatoes and onion. Going on here. And for the the beef rib, I would recommend to use your kitchen shear and then cut it. There are usually the 3 little pieces of the bones on top, and people just usually have the bottom part, the fleshy meat part, but actually those the parts surrounding the bone is really good as well. So what I usually do is first cut it this way. So you have a nice, the meat part, and you can usually use this for the sam, because when you have a bone in your sam, it is very difficult to, to eat. Again, the same thing. Cut it this way, and just a bite size that you can use. And yeah, this one too. Usually, I think that cutting into 3, the pieces is a good bite size. But depending on the the size of the cut that you get. Oh, one tip that I want to share with to cook the short rib is that when you get the meat, it is always good to give it a quick rinse in the cold water. I know we do not usually wash the fresh, the cut up meat, but because this was these usually have a lot of bone fragments in it, so it is not good to have that when you bite down the food. So give it a quick rinse on the the cold water. And I usually would cut this into little bite-sized pieces as well. And like I said, my kids actually sometimes prefer this than actual, the meat. And you can serve it on the side, so we can enjoy both parts. Okay. Okay, so now let me show you how to, eat this. First, let me serve the stew here. Let's turn down the heat and okay. So I have some individual bowls for people to have it. Okay. So we have, the individual bowl of soup. And we have our meat here. So on the setup, usually people can just serve themselves as they want, but a little bit of rice. I have a cooked white rice here. So when you have cooked rice here, you can, the self-serve some meat, vegetables, especially those nice mushroom, and some, the pork belly. and onion too. So let me show you how to make the Korean sam, the wrap. So usually you would go with 1 lettuce and 1 perilla leaf that has that, the distinctive flavor. And some people like to make a wrap with rice in it. Some people don't. It is up to you. But I usually go with a little bit of a rice. So you put rice at the bottom. Okay. If you are following this, then you would add some, I like the grilled onion on it very much. It adds that the sweetness and the little flavor that can really go well with the meat. So add some of the onion, and the meat goes on top. And you can actually use the both, but I will just, because this is the rib, I will add a little bit of the sauce here. Okay. Then, let me put it down here. You wrap it in any way you like. See that? So any way you like. I usually go easy on your mouth if you do this way. And then you can just, put it in your mouth and then enjoy the mouthful of Korean barbecue and the other vegetables that go with it. So let me put it right here. And you can make the combination of it with the pork belly. Let me go with the red lettuce this time, and also the perilla leaf, and a little bit of rice. And also some onion. And that pork belly, this looks very nice and crunchy. And just dip in the sesame oil a little bit. It has salt in it, but it is, at the bottom, so it's not going to be too salty. Put it up there, and also some sauce that we made. Yep. Then you have another sam here, but with the different kinds of meat. Okay. So this is how you eat the proper Korean sam. So we made 2 different kinds. And I hope you enjoyed it. You can have some stew also, going on with the food. And I have a bowl of kimchi. You would go to a Korean barbecue restaurant and see the huge setup of different side dishes. You can do that at home as well. The Korean cooking website has a lot of different kinds of Korean side dishes. So please enjoy. Try experimenting with your own taste, and then I hope you enjoy a good Korean barbecue during the nice summer days. Thank you.
Soojin, thank you so much. People at home, you can't smell how good it smells, but I have to say that staff from all around the building is coming to converge on this demonstration because it smells so delicious and it looks beautiful too. How did you learn how to cook like this?
Well, like I said, I'm not a professionally trained cook, but I'm from big foodie family. It's both sides of my family. So I am very familiar, from the early on, that I used to cook, help out my mom, and that's how I really learned.
Oh, well, I would love to learn more from you. I hope you'll be coming back and doing more cooking demos for us. We're always requesting Soojin to come back for more cooking. And I want to apologize to all of you at home if you happen to turn in late and you notice that we are running ahead of schedule and that you missed the beginning of Soojin's presentation. We are actually currently live streaming on YouTube, so you can already go on YouTube and you'll be able to find us and you'll be able to rewind and watch Soojin's presentation from the very beginning. So thank you again, Soojin.
Thanks for having me. It was so much fun.
It was so fun.
Thank you.
And as I mentioned, we are running ahead of schedule. Our next presenter is Suleka Soon Lindley, and she's the owner of the Thai Basil restaurant here in Sacramento. But she's not scheduled to start until 3:30. And so in case there are folks who are, going to be tuning in especially to see her at 3:30, we're going to hold off a little bit. Luckily for us, we have some great people still in our house to be able to give a special presentation. We're going to have Chef David Soohoo and Maryellen Burns come back to do a little presentation. They're going to, like we say in Hawaii, they're going to talk story a little bit for us. So take it away, David and Maryellen, and thanks so much for doing this.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be able to have a conversation with David Soohoo. I was actually going to pitch this at some point later, that we would start a conversation series. He is a better historian than I am. So much of what I've learned, I've actually learned from him and from his stories. In fact, he's the one who made sure that it was the stories that I was telling. Before I ask him a couple of questions, I will say my knowledge really comes to the history of Asian restaurants and cooking in California, in this region especially, starting from 1849 during the gold rush, the restaurants that started then, the food, the agriculture, and then the restaurants that were around when I was a kid. Hong King Lum, which you'll probably remember, was here for almost 97 years. I lived close to the Hong Kong Cafe, which was downtown. When I was a kid, we used to go to it downtown, and then because of redevelopment or redlining, it moved off to 10th Street. Ding Hao was another place that we used to go, and of course, Frank Fat's and all of the other restaurants that have just zoomed up and that we didn't have before, Korean, Filipino, Thai, and all those. What David really knows is the story of some of the people, so I'm going to throw it to him, and he's going to talk about some of the people who have really created the story of food in Sacramento in this region. David.
Well, I just want to say, let me ask you a question, okay? Who is the cook or chef in the United States ever with a mountain named after him? And the answer really, it's a camp cook, and his name is Tai Sing, or Tai Sing, and the mountain is in Yosemite. So there are many, many stories simply that it's not out there, and it's sad, okay? So I just wanted to, that's an example. Also, it was a Chinese person that developed an orange in Florida, saved the industry. And here locally, there's a potato farmer that, and before there was an act passed that Maryellen knows, and all of a sudden the Chinese farmers that built farmland after the Chinese here in Sacramento reclaimed the delta, the swampland, and create the delta, and then came the agricultural business that literally fed the nation and used the railroad that the Chinese created, the connection, and that's called the Transcontinental Railroad. So the stories are endless, but a lot of people, I just want to say, this is Yi Fao, meaning the second city, okay? And this is the city that after after San Francisco, which is a big city, so we're responsible for the history and the political aspects about keeping our culture alive. So I want to say that during the gold rush, the Chinese, the Cantonese would not come here unless the ships actually brought over the brown bean sauce, the star anise, the ingredients, because food to the Asians, which includes, of course, the Japanese and Philippines they would not come here to work unless the ships brought over all the ingredients. So you can look and see that very early, 1 out of 20 immigrants that came over who are, let's say, Cantonese, they're actually cooks, okay? So after they passed the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1882, then everybody was whining about there's literally no houseboy to clean our laundry and cook for these wealthy families in California and Nevada. So, and there are many, many literally ghost cooks in the American kitchen. And the Wawani Hotel, the Sentinel Hotel in the Sierras, in fact, all the hotels were the laborers, and even the head chefs were Cantonese. And it's fascinating. Well, you wonder, how did they know this? Well, you forget that Hong Kong was part of the British Empire, and the captains, very early, they did not want to eat Chinese food. So what they did was they trained the Hong Kong, the Cantonese people, how to make apple pie. So all the hotels had apple pies, and of course Frank Fat's incredible apple pie, and that's
banana cream pie.
Yeah, so and it's an incredible. The delta in the Pearl River Delta is exactly like Sacramento's delta. It's just turned 90 degrees. So they came here and they felt at home.
Good. So when did you move to Sacramento?
Well,
what year?
My parents moved, didn't talk about their history very much. So it's not clear like all the Cantonese people, but I knew of his struggles. I can feel it. So my father can think back, 50 years, and I can think 50 years. So literally, we're the last of the generation that can actually feel the pain, and through food and places like this that support the culture, food is culture. So you can actually make them happy. So whenever during the holidays, you mentioned Hong King Lum. They took Chinese techniques and they created this famous dish, Chicago Chinese turkey, which you had, of course, the glutinous rice, and you roast the turkey and it has glutinous rice and all the goodies. That is exactly like Lana Chong's Joong, the filling. It's full of all the goodies. So we don't have to, it goes, stories go on and on. There is no recipe there is actually no Chinese recipes. Everything is techniques and methods. So think about it. When I stir fry heavy cream and add a little bit of wine, little French herbs, and I stir fry this, the dish is incredible because it's a puffed up sauce that you can taste everything. And I create that dish called Phoenix and Dragon. And so
that was the dish that I was seduced by the way, I have to tell you. So one of the stories you told me years ago, and I love it, was that you could tell how well Chinese restaurants were doing by how many bean sprouts they would order every week. Can you share that story?
Well, one of my mentors in the business growing up, and I can look up, and that would be Frank Fat. And he came over to the restaurant, and it really surprised me because the purpose of coming was really to take a peek and see how successful we are. And we would also figure out how successful he was because the vendors were all Japanese because of the because of the exclusion where you can't own land, all of a sudden the Japanese became our suppliers in all the literally chop suey houses. And bean sprouts was the cheapest, and some tofu. And so with just the 3 ingredients, onions, bean sprouts, we were able to adapt and run a restaurant. So if you add egg to it, then that's called egg foo young. If you put that in soup, literally, I mean, you can make egg flour soup and run a restaurant. So it ended up with 2 different menus. One is, we've always had the techniques, the method to cook better, but at the same time, we need to make sure that we can take care of everybody. And that's how, but chop suey is also Phoenix and Dragon. If I decide to top it off with caviar, or if I decide to put lobster in there, I'm not better, I'm just using something that was given to me. Okay, so I want to say, hey, by the way, I'm drinking here because I was tired this morning, surprisingly, and I really was tired. Too much going on. So I said, okay, I'm going to try this ginseng. I drink and all of a sudden I'm up. But remember, ginseng, I was taught, ginseng looks like a human being, right? And the body makes you vibrant. The head calms you down. So you're supposed to crack the head off, put it in your pocket, and make a tea, drink the body, and I'll be strong. But if something goes wrong, take that head, make a tea, and calm yourself back down. So the correct use of yin yang is to use both, okay? Mm-hmm. I mean, not both, because then you won't get the full effect of ginseng. So everything has a story, everything. I
have one more question that I hope we can sneak in. So I really think that you helped to lead the restaurant renaissance that occurred in Sacramento in the 70s, but really the 80s. But I remember having a meal at the Fish Emporium of all places, where they had Ken Hom come and do East meets West cuisine, and then Martin Yan, who I took classes from at the old Williams-Sonoma. I took a class from James Beard, who talked about his Chinese chef. But so what can you say about, we have had our share of celebrities here before Billy No and you.
Well, what I really like is today, especially with Billy, is the new champion. He's the new person with Lana and everyone here to connect with the kids who are then going to do this again, and they're going to enjoy it and remember us. So I want to say is Martin Yan, Ken Hom, and myself, this is we're out there, but the real credit goes to our parents, the seniors here at the center. Part of what I'm doing or would like to do is to make sure that if I'm in a senior home, I will have food that makes me comfortable. And one example, of course, is the soups. So there are many, many kinds, and that's very comforting, okay?
Good. David, thank you so much, and thank you for listening. Please, I'm going to put that challenge back up. Give during today, or it starts all the way through May 5th. Give often, and thank you again. And thank you, David, for doing this impromptu with me.
I'm very, very happy to be here.
Great. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to announce to everybody that thanks to the generous donations that we have received live today, we have over $90,000 in donations and pledges for Big Day of Giving already. And Big Day of Giving is still 2 weeks away. So we still have the opportunity to get halfway to our goal before Big Day of Giving even starts. It's very exciting. And as you have seen today, the things that we offer for low or no cost to our community are invigorating, they're delicious, they're nutritious, they're inspiring, and they help us learn new things. So please do support us. Our donation page for Giving Edge is open at bigdayofgiving.org/ACC Senior Services. Well, it appeared that Jeri was having so much fun with Jason a little bit earlier that I wanted to invite him back on a little bit so we could talk about just how delicious it has smelled in here for the past several hours. Jason, please come back, join us. So, you and I were talking a little bit, you know, when we weren't drooling down the sides, down the front of our shirts. We were talking a little bit about how important food is for connecting with other people and for expanding beyond ourselves. I know that for me personally, my philanthropic career got started with a single meal.
Yeah.
So,
well,
having some difficulties there?
Yeah.
No problem.
No, I was really inspired by what Chef Soohoo was talking about.
Yes, me too.
The connections to our cultural heritage through food, through the transmittal of intergenerational knowledge. I knew that Suleka's own path is being inspired in the kitchen with her mother, right?
Yes.
And going back and forth to Thailand, and bringing back these traditions with us so that we can celebrate them together and benefit from them through amazing restaurants like Thai Basil and Veg Cafe. So I think that it's just wonderful that we have such a diversity of food options here in the Sacramento region, and that we can really explore and appreciate so much culture through the food around us.
Absolutely. Yeah, food in itself is kind of a language, isn't it? It's but it feels like food is a language, but it's always saying, I care about you.
Well, it's also it's a connection between generations.
Yes.
It's from the older generation pass on the knowledge to the new generations, and the new generation also use their own interpretation of what's available and what is local. Like what you have at Thai Basil here in California or Sacramento, it's not the same what you would find in Thailand, because we're using a lot of local produce and things that grow specific here in this region. So it's just connecting from generation and also from regions.
Yeah. And the land, and to your point about what we have in our region, and connecting what David was sharing about the history of Asian immigrants revitalizing or building up the wetlands so that it could sustain these food options. I mean, our cultures have been farmed to table, not necessarily fork, but eating with hands and other implements, right? We've been farmed to fork for generations, basically, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And it's great to, for example, see the continuation from South Asian farmers to Japanese coastal farmers, Chinese farmers, Filipino farm workers, and bringing that history here. And now we have Hmong, Mien, Lao folks who are part of that food service industry, part of the farming environment and ecosystem that we have.
Yes,
Absolutely. It really is fantastic. To what you were saying, one of my first memories as a child is being in my little high chair and hearing my mother, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, and some of my great-grandaunts talking and sitting in the kitchen and making food, making pasta by hand. And whether that really is my first memory or not, it still has such a strong impression of me, on me. Now, whatever's going on here looks amazing, and I'm going to get out of your way and let you do magic in a second. But first, I wanted to ask one more question of you. Sure. You're obviously very passionate. You're obviously very connected, and your sense of philanthropy and community service goes way beyond just what you do from day to day. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Sure. Well, thank you so much again. As I was sharing earlier, I feel it's all connected. Suleka and I have connected in the past. She herself is a philanthropist and supporter of the arts, supporter of events like the Sacramento Asian Pacific Film Festival in the past. She uses her store, her restaurant, as a place to showcase local art. Other local art events that I've shared earlier. Mm-hmm. The 7th of May is Asian Pacific Culture Fest at the Sacramento Asian Sports Foundation from 11 to 3. We'll have a pop-up art gallery. We'll have cultural arts performers on stage, more than 80 arts and craft vendors, food trucks. It's going to be amazing.
Sounds
like
festive.
The 13th is going to be AAPI Night Market at Capitol Mall, presented by the Sacramento Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce. That's going to be from about 5 to 9 in the evening. And then on the 21st and 22nd, the return of the Sacramento Asian Pacific Film Festival at the Sophia, where many of our films are going to be food related this year. So it's another tie-in. Those are some events.
Can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be. It's going to be fabulous. It might. The films might not give us the sense of smell that we're enjoying here in the studio today.
Oh, it's amazing.
I always love any film that food related. I thought I have seen them all, but you know, there might be more.
Great.
Well, we can compare notes afterwards. Did you see that one first? Did you see that one first? Well, I'm going to get out of your way, and I will leave you to introduce our next guest, who really, to anybody who has gotten their start with Thai food in Sacramento like I did, she needs no introduction. Jason, please take it away.
Yes, well, another one of our celebrity chefs here to graciously spend the afternoon with us at ACC Senior Services is none other than a local community and food, I think, activist in a way, right?
Thank you,
Suleka
Jason.
son Lindley. And Suleka has been the proprietor and the creator of Thai Basil Restaurant and Veg Cafe. They're one of the very first, possibly the very first Thai restaurants to implement vegan choices and gluten-free choices, am I right?
That's correct.
Yes, so I'm going to hand it off to you so that we can enjoy all of these beautiful colors and your cooking.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Suleka.
Well, thank you for having me. And my name is Suleka son Lindley. I'm the owner and chef at Thai Basil Restaurant in Sacramento. And I'm also, we have another restaurant called Veg Cafe, which is the fully vegan restaurant that is not strictly Thai, but we kind of create dishes from around the world that we're veganizing pretty much everything. So what I'm bringing you today is Asian-inspired dish. It's called curry. The original dish is curry beef noodle salad, but I veganize it. I'm using all the vegetables, tofu, and protein that is not requiring meat for it. This dish originally is actually is a Vietnamese origin. So we have a little bit of curry, a little bit of fish sauce originally. So we're not using any of that, but so I can show you. And the reason I'm using this dish is because I find that many of older generation, especially women that live alone, from my experience, like when I visit my mom or my mother-in-law who lives in Eugene, Oregon, and she lives alone. And every time I go to visit her, she will ask me how to make certain dish, and she's also gluten intolerant. So she's trying to find the dishes that healthy and easy to prepare. And a lot of time is cooking, when you see cooking show or looking at a recipe, it can be intimidating. So I think that this dish is, I'm kind of simplify it to make it easier and simpler to prepare. And what I bring is like basically anything you have in the fridge that you can find, or if you don't have anything, you want to buy something or you cook something and whatever leftover that you have, you can use that to incorporate to make this dish. So let me go over the ingredient real quick. So basically, any kind of vegetable or protein, if you want to have meat, you can use leftover chicken that you cooked the day before, the last night, or if you buy the chicken that already pre-cooked in the store, you can use that as well, or you can use any kind of protein. What I'm bringing is the tofu, and we have onions, tomatoes, mushroom, broccoli, carrots, peppers, snow peas, and there's no restriction that you have to use this ingredient. It can be anything. I bring in pretty much what I have at the restaurant, which is a lot. And also on the salad side, that's a kind of stir fry. You can even have that over rice, or you can have it like, you know, today is not very warm day, but on a warm day you can put it over lettuce. So on the lettuce side, you can have like a romaine lettuce, green leaf lettuce, some carrots, mushroom, or cabbage, bean sprout, cucumber, and then we can kind of like compose it together at the end, okay? So what I'm gonna start with is just the hot pan. We're gonna cook the vegetable first. So I'm gonna add some oil. And a little bit of garlic. I'm gonna add onions. And any vegetable. So. I'm just gonna throw all in there. So this is not my normal cooking vessel, so I am going to take it slow. So while this is being cooked, the sauce for this, and it can be any kind of sauce you have in the fridge. It can be soy sauce, a little bit of soy sauce, a little bit of vinegar, a little bit of sugar, and you can add to it. And the curry, you can have little curry powder, like for the spice, or you can use a Thai curry, your favorite curry. It can be green curry, red curry, or just a curry powder. So I'm gonna use a little bit of, this is our house-made curry. A little bit of yellow curry, and a little bit of soy sauce. Go in there, and this soy sauce already have a little bit of sugar and vinegar in there. And I'm just gonna mix it up like that. I like to pre-mix the sauce first, just because now you know how much you can put in there. Another ingredient that I didn't mention earlier, and this is more like a specific into the ethnic of the food, is the lemongrass. If you don't have it, don't worry about it. If you have it, some people don't even like it. So what is lemongrass? It's basically grass that have a little bit of lemon flavor. I just found some, you can even grow in the backyard. They grow like grass very easily. And you can just bring it and then clean it out, the stalk, and it just kind of chopped it up a little bit like that. Just add a little bit lemon zest to it instead of using. I'm going to add a little bit of water. Okay, and you can even add this on your sauce as well. Now I'm going to add this into the stir fry. So that's basically the base of the salad, which all vegetable you can, and can be, like I said, you can use it on, you can use any protein in it. But look at how beautiful the color of the vegetable they have. So on the side for the salad, I just use a little bit of mixed lettuce. You can use romaine, and you kind of slice very thin like this. you can just put it on this. That. And just a little bit of a oops. And bean sprout. Cucumber. I like to add slide the cucumber a little bit for the crunch. And a little bit of noodles. So noodles, if you like, it can be any rice noodles, or if you don't have rice noodle and you like you have a dry ramen package in the cubby, use that. Cook it up, boil it, and just drain it, and you have really nice little noodles. Let's put that. Then, let's see if I can just. One escape. And garnish with some crunch, little peanut. And I always like to have a little bit of fresh mint on top. And a little zest of lime. And you have a nice big bowl of noodle salad with vegetables, and just that easy and simple. Thank you.
Suleka, thank you so much. My God, that looks beautiful. And I want to apologize. I think I mispronounced your name earlier, but
Oh, that's okay.
I apologize for that.
Usually, most of the time, people call me all different ways, so
Oh, no.
I'm used to it.
Well,
it's not a common name, so you know, it's not like Mary that you can mispronounce it.
Is it a common name from back home? Did you have lots of
Actually, not. It's not even common in Thailand,
No?
and it's not Thai name either. So my mom loves Bollywood when she was younger, so
Really?
all her kids kind of named after the Bollywood stars.
That's
so
great.
my name is kind of like a Sanskrit, which is kind of root of Thai language, but is common in India. It's more common in my name is more common in India. I have quite a few of people, the Indian customer or friends who just always like, Suleka, that's Indian name. I said, yeah.
Is there like a famous Bollywood star that you might have been named after? Do you
Probably,
know?
I don't know. Yeah, but probably back then, yeah.
Well, I just want to thank you so much. It smells delicious. And I have to say that, being a working mom, I love this kind of meal that you can go home and look what's in your refrigerator, right? And then take things out. I don't think what I would create would look quite as beautiful as that. But just to know that you have the ability to just take what you have and then create a beautiful,
and
nutritious,
I think
delicious
the first
meal.
time is always a little bit intimidating. You don't know what to do. But if you keep trying it, keep adding one thing, it doesn't have to be a full 5-6 ingredient. It can be just a few things, 2 or 3, and then you just put it together. And it can even use like a packaged seasoning from the noodles that came with it, and you just add a little bit of water to it and stir fry it and put it on the noodles, and you can make it healthy meal from simple.
From just a simple thing. But I mean, it
Ingredients, yeah.
doesn't even, and I guess as you keep doing it, you find combinations that you like, right? And then you
Exactly,
keep
the
doing
crunch,
it.
the softness, the texture, and food is pretty much a lot is about the flavor, the contrast. I mean, especially for Asian food, is the contrast of the flavor, the sweet, salty, sour. You have to have all that balance, and also texture is the crunchy, soft, and gooey and starchy. So you have all that combination that makes your taste buds sing.
Well, I hope that you will come back again.
Thanks for having me.
I've actually heard that you have quite an interesting background and that you were not always a chef. So you have, I would love for you to come back and share some of those stories and then maybe prepare another dish for us. So thank you so much. Oh, I actually have been told that you graduated from UC Davis and became a designer in a large architecture firm.
Yeah.
So how did you get into the restaurant business from that?
Actually, the other way around, because my background always in the food. My mom and my aunt own a restaurant that's still open today. It's 65 years.
Really?
For maybe not 65. My aunt is 72, so maybe close to 50 years, and it's still open today.
So you grew up with that?
So I grew up in the restaurant family always, and so I always being pulled to the restaurant. So the force I'm trying to get away was try to get away from a restaurant, and I went, and I always loved design, and I went into the design school and worked for architecture firm for a few years, but that family tie very strong. So pulled me back in the restaurant, yeah. So then I got back into the restaurant and never left since.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, this is kind of like a piece of architecture in a way. I could see, you build it with the different ingredients, right? And then there's definitely a sense of it's very artful, I have to say.
Oh,
And
thank you.
You need to have a certain eye. I'm working on that. I'm not always as good as that.
Well, you have to start with good ingredients.
Yeah, that
so
makes sense.
anytime when you start, and luckily we in Sacramento, we are in luck because it's so easy to find a good ingredients here. Farmers market is a great source, and we have so many of them nowadays almost throughout the week.
Yeah, that's
that
right.
you can get to different farmer market from around surrounding Sacramento. So having a great ingredients and fresh, you already ahead of the game. You already kind of advantage of it, that everything else is just a flavor.
Yeah, you don't have to do too much when the ingredients are already
Exactly.
so beautiful.
So.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well, thank you again,
Thanks
Suleka,
for having
and
me.
please come back and visit us again.
All
Okay?
right, thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank Suleka and say thank you to all the presenters and volunteers, staff, and community supporters who had a hand in today's big day of cooking. So we're getting ready to wrap up. It's a little sad because it was so much fun, but it's been a crazy day of interesting stories and personalities, delicious food, and most of all, such an awesome show of support for ACC. It truly does take so many hands to do this work and put on a show like we did today. Many of the folks you saw today and many whom you did not see, but who worked behind the scenes, took time out of their busy schedules and their regular day jobs to make today happen. It was quite a feat to orchestrate, but everyone pitched in to support ACC and the work that ACC does for the community. I can't tell you how much we appreciate this love and how it lifts us up every day. Thank you too to all of you who watched the show today. That's a form of support too, and I hope you'll take the next step of making a contribution to ACC for the big days of giving so we can continue to provide meaningful experiences for our community. There are many ways you can contribute. You can give directly to ACC with a check or online donation, give to our Big Day of Giving page between April 21st and May 5th at accsv.org/BDOG 2022. Or you can call in live during our 2-day telethon on May 4th and 5th. No matter how you give, your support has a profound effect on ACC and the older adults and family caregivers we serve. Thank you, and I hope to see you during our Big Days of Giving telethon on May 4th and May 5th. Thanks, everybody.